It's here. It's big. And it's closer than you think. It's not a tournament. It's what you don't see on TV. The cash is real. The stakes are high. They bet big. They win big. They lose big. High stakes live action poker. Live at the bike. Watch it live on the web or play it if you dare at the Bicycle Casino right here in Los Angeles.
Welcome, everybody, to another live broadcast live at the bike, the Bicycle Casino. I'm Denny Williams with Bart Hansen. Tonight is a live-action, no-limit hold'em game. It's a $1,000 minimum buy-in. And who do we have at the table there?
Well, we're going to have 10-20 blinds. Again, we do this as a special game on Friday nights. And we have, quickly, as we'll introduce the players around in a clockwise manner, Abe in seat 1, Joe in seat 2, Brian in seat 3, Ulette in seat...
Take my advice. Spend about $300.
Gore in seat 5, GG in seat 6.
And you get the right ideas in your head. Thank you. And take lessons. You do that for 1 year, maybe even 3 months. Come on, Joe. And you start playing with friends and stuff.
Okay, guys, good luck.
Seat 7 there is Gary. Seat 8 is Diablo, and seat 9 is Dr. BB.
Good courses.
And of course, Denny, this is our big no-limit hold'em cash game.
That's right.
10-20 blinds, $1,000 minimum, so players are going to be playing for a good deal of money in each pot. We've seen several pots since we've done this game of well over $5,000. It's one of the most entertaining games that we have on Live at the Bike, and I really consider this kind of our flagship show on Friday nights. It's really a great game to watch. And if you guys aren't familiar, some first-time viewers, this is a game where you're going to see the hole cards. One of the first times that a cash game is shown with hole cards.
On a 5-minute delay.
Yep, to protect the integrity of the game. We don't allow electronic equipment on the table. No phones, no iPods.
I'd like to recognize our dealer. That's Juanza Gonzalez. He's been with the Bicycle Casino for a lot of years.
You need a set of clubs.
So the first hand that we're going to see is going to be limped around.
That's all right. He'll make you the best set of golf. He'll make you a $1,500 set of golf for $300.
Well, we thought it was limped around, Denny, but it looks like the big blind is trying to raise out of his option. So we got a little controversy in the first hand. Seat 2, Joe.
What does a set mean? What's happening? How many?
Let's listen in to Tim.
No, he raised, man. It was a big blind raise.
Oh, you raised it 25. You got 9. You got 9 clubs. 9 irons.
So Joe is going to make it 25, and it's going to be ruled a legal raise out of the big blind. He only has 6-10 of diamonds. Seat 3 is going to call with a suited ace. Seat 8 is also in there. And Dr. BB is going to come on the button with King 9 offsuit. So we're going to see $35 4 ways. Pot is already $140. An ace deuce 3 comes on the flop. Seat 3's flop top pair with a gut shot wheel draw. But Joe's going to lead out as the original raiser.
Seat 8's got the middle pair with a 3.
Joe's going to bet what looks like 100. The chips in this game, the yellows are $5, the purples are $25, and Joe has thrown out what looks to be a white there, which is 100. So we use 5, 25s, and $100 chips.
Actually, I even see some blue chips. Those are dollar chips, usually probably for toking.
Seat 3, Brian, who's flopped the top pair, he's going to cold call.
Where's the 2?
And the action now is on seat 8 there, Danny, with middle pair. Both players muck behind. And we are looking at a $340 pot now. The turn is a king. Let's see if Joe shuts down here. He's going to check. Wow, and look at that. The ace-4 checks right behind Joe. The river's a 9 of hearts.
Making a flush.
And look at that. Nut flush draw he picked up on the turn, and he's caught the running hearts, and he's made the nut flush on the river, seat 3. Brian.
Made the nut flush. He missed a bet.
Look at this. Joe's going to try to bluff at the pot, it looks like. Excuse me. Joe in C2 is going to bluff. C3's
he
Brian.
checked.
No, he's
He
going to
checked.
check. Looked like he was going to bluff.
He actually just reached to get his classic card because the guy's coming around to scan his card.
And it looks like Brian is going to bet about, I think it's 500. I don't know if Tim the floor man can tell me out there.
Those look like purple chips to me.
275 is the bet. In the end, and I can't believe that seat 2 and Joe is going to call here with just 10 high. There we go. 2 whites and 3 purples. Oh, maybe Joe might check raise. He's not going to call, but maybe he's thinking of making a move. Little does he know he's up against the Stone Cold Nuts here with this hand. He's going to muck. He's not going to make a move. And Brian C3 takes it down.
Brian C3 pulled 100 back, said, here, 175. Oh, he's going to let him look.
Well, Live at the Bike is an interactive show, one of the other originals that the Bicycle Casino has come up with here at Live at the Bike. And when we're talking about interactive, you can email us at liveatthebike.com, or you can visit the thread that is started on 2plus2. Go to 2plus2.com. Click on Tournament Poker. Click on World Poker Tour and other televised tournaments. And click on the official Live at the Bike thread for 624, started by our buddy with the handle named KevMath in Syracuse, New York. And that guy does a great job, and he starts that thread for us every night.
Thank you, Kev.
Now, Denny, while I don't know exactly what's going on at the table, there was a thread that was started earlier today. Looked like by a unique user. I've never seen him post to Live at the Bike thread. With regards to last night's show, the user, to sum it up, the user seemed to be a little bit offended with 2 points. Number one, thought that you were a little bit degrading when it came to a specific hand of 6-9, 69, and also thought that it might have been inappropriate for a tournament director to be influencing or promoting a chop because you had seen some of the cards that were in play. And really will get your side of that and address that at the end of this hand, because I thought it was a very interesting thread.
Come on, guys. Let's go. Wake up. Next time.
Looks like we have small blind there on the button. And he only had gotten one card. Now he sees his second card.
No. 10-20 blind.
And he looks like he's going to raise there.
Oh, you want these?
Yeah.
No, I don't want white.
Give me
Get away my white.
What is it?
4 white.
You want all your white shit.
You want a white?
Yeah, I'm leaving.
So he's going to call. I couldn't tell what the raise is, and he's not showing his cards right now, but we'll get on that.
10-9-8 flop, 2 clubs.
You want to take all those yellow ones?
So C3 picks up an open-end straight draw here.
Still cannot see C2's cards here. He's going to bet 55 from the button. But it doesn't look like anyone can call here. Well, no, excuse me. The jack is open-ended, and he's going to call in seat 3, jack 5.
4 comes on the turn.
Again, we do not know what seat 2 has on the button. Jack 5 is going to check. Our floor man walked away temporarily from the table to get chips. Looks like seat 2 is going to bet 240 here.
240.
And because I didn't know what the raise was pre-flop, I believe that he's probably betting around the size of the pot.
That's all? Is that all you betting?
Yeah.
Again, the seat 3 is open-ended, and it looks like he's going to muck. And seat number 2, Joe, is going to take it down.
Well, let me respond to the post you're talking about.
Hey, Mo, is it open?
Mo!
I want to respond to the one where I went out there to supposedly influence the deal. I'd never do that.
Okay.
I want to be there in case they have any questions.
Because there was no tournament staff there, so
Correct.
The cash floor men aren't necessarily with the intricacies of what a deal, might entail, right?
All I was there to do was observe and listen and make sure there was no, make sure everybody agreed on the deal. And they didn't, and they went back and played.
And of course, you're probably one of the most qualified people to do that because you deal with that in almost the end of any tournament, right?
Yeah. In all my years, I've never tried to influence somebody to make a deal. It's totally up to the players.
Yeah.
A lot of people say, "Oh, you just want to go home." Well, I could care less.
Right.
As far as the 6'9" thing with Ouellette, I have
harmless comment.
I have no idea what he was talking about. I'd have to read the thread, I guess.
So we're going to have looks like a slight delay here as new players are coming in.
And if I only offended one person last night, I'm not doing my job good enough. Because, look at Howard Stern. How many does he offend every day?
Well, the other thing, too, Denny, is that some of the people, a lot of the people actually defended us, it was only one or two, said that we might have been a little bit overly critical of Ouellette's play, that we were somehow...
Wait. We?
I. But actually, they actually said you, because it sometimes gets confusing. And I will be honest with you, I think one of the great things about Live at the Bike and one of the things that I enjoy doing is that I don't really hold any bars when it comes to the poker play that is at the table. I am not going to personally degrade anyone, and everyone has the right to disagree with me. And I've talked to players after the show, and, sometimes they're a little bit upset, but, this is a show. We've taken the direction where it has a lot to do with poker strategy, and there were some moves by Ouellette that I strongly disagreed with, and I made it known why I disagreed with them. So I don't think that, people were thinking that we were making fun of her, or I was making fun of her the whole night.
Did she say anything to you?
She did not say anything to me afterwards, and I don't know if she's...
Maybe she didn't know yet.
I don't know if she had heard what had been said. I mean, the show isn't going to be up on the archives for another few days. But I think one of the great things about Live at the Bike and what we've been doing here is that we welcome criticisms, comments, suggestions, and I will respond to each and every one of them if we think it's, prudent.
Hey, we get ragged on all night long.
And please post up on 2+2, because like I said, where else can you really get an interaction where you're going to get a live feedback and your name can be mentioned and you might start a topic up on the show, like on TV. That's never going to happen. But because we have the tools of the internet, we can do it here. And I love, reading the posts and the emails on 2+2.
Yes.
And
we're going to have a new player in Seat 8 with a fan. So is that going to be Jay, Armenian Chris, or who's the other one?
Robert Roeder.
Robert Roeder.
Yeah. So
it's going to be Jay. Okay, I just got note. And we got a gentleman by the name of Alan will be sitting in Seat 6 here in just a couple moments.
Dr. Beebe moved over to Seat 7.
100.
Now, seat number 5 is going to come out betting with absolutely nothing here. It's Jay. No, excuse me. It's well, it's not Gore, that's for sure. Is it Jay there in seat 5?
Is that true?
Can't tell. Can't see his face. Looks like it's a new player there in seat 5. Paul there in seat 5. And the player in seat 9 is named El Diablo.
Okay, I guess we had a little discrepancy here a minute ago. The foreman took care of it. Apparently one of the players rebought for $200, and then he tried to buy in another $200. Well, you can't do that. You can do one short buy, and then you got to do a full buy-in.
Do a full buy-in. And in this game, the full buy-in is $1,000.
$1,000. So.
One of the other things, too, Denny, is that I had started to respond with a hand analysis post up on 2+2 over the last month or so, and I stopped doing that, and the reason was I just felt that I don't think that a lot of people were reading it, or maybe I treated the thread like people are on the thread when the show is on, and then that's pretty much it. Now, please, someone respond to me, tell me what you think. Were they reading it if you'd like me to do that again when it warrants it, I'll be more than happy to do it. But again, it's all up to the viewers, so tell us what you think. And I hope that answers your questions about the thread, that special thread that was started.
And that's Bart,
earlier
not
today.
Denny, because when I'm done with the show, I'm going to go eat, okay? That's what I do. I eat.
Now, seat 5 here has picked up top pair with ace-4, and he's bet $100. And he's going to take it down. That's Paul there. I don't believe we've ever seen Paul at this level. He might not have ever been on the show before either. We're familiar with a lot of these other players. Gore, of course, Diablo, Jay, Dr. BB, Ulette.
I was in that 2040 last night.
Small blind. Small blind, I don't eat.
Unfortunately, that's one of the biggest mistakes.
Do you want to eat this one?
If you just joined us, this is a live action $1,000 minimum buy-in, no limit hold'em game.
And the other thing there for the viewers out there, to give me a little bit help, if we want to respond about this specific topic that we're talking about today's earlier thread, please do so in the main thread, because I'm not going to be able to navigate both threads at the same time. So
Yeah, tell me what that 6-9 thing was all about.
if you can do so in the main thread, that would
I
be.
still don't remember
that'd be
saying
great.
anything about that.
Seat 8 here, he's raised to ace-queen offsuit, and he's made it looks like 75 to go.
He took deja vu.
The button has cold called with a king-jack offsuit, and Joe's going to come in seat 2. We can see one card. He has an 8 of diamonds.
How you doing, Gore?
It's hard to throw 9 out there. It's like the guy.
He's got 8-9 offsuit there in seat 2.
Look at this, ace-king 8.
Wow, so everyone's got a piece of it.
That trap. There's no way.
Ace-queen has the best hand
Jay's
here.
got the best hand with the ace, seat 9 with the king, second best hand. And
Looks like Jay bet 140,
I was locked up good.
so he's bet slightly under the pot. The pot is now 215, and the button's going to call.
Oh, no.
Hey, it was a
Excuse me, the pot was 415, so now the pot is about 550. $550 pot, 8-9 folds, going to the turn. The turn's a 4 of clubs. Jay's still in the lead with ace-queen.
That was the 2000.
yeah. Average pot was 2,000.
400.
He's going to bet 400. He's going to slightly bet under the size of the pot. The pot is now approaching $1,000, 400 for the button to call in seat 9.
Fish out of water.
He only has second pair here with king-jack. And maybe he was cold calling there. Can represent a big thing in no limit, trying to see what Jay was going to do, if he was going to shut down. So let's see if he's gained the information that he wants. No, he looks like he's going to call. I guess he doesn't believe Jay. So if he calls, the pot's now $1,400, Denny, total. And he is going to make the call. It's a $1,400 pot going to the river. Seat 9's going to have to
he
get
needs
lucky
a king
here.
or a jack to beat Jay.
That's
Doesn't
not going
get
to
it.
help.
Nope.
See
Six
what
of
Jay does
spades.
here. $1,400 pot. Let's see if he bets. Looks like he's going to bet.
Probably bet 1,000, I would think. He's got a couple stacks there and ready to go.
800.
He's going to bet 800, so it's a $2,200 pot now. 800 for King Jack to call.
800.
Pot's laying him slightly under about 3-1 there. $2,200 pot, 800 for the button to call.
The seat 9 calls on the turn. He can't think the 6 helped Jay at all.
Well, that's why I was a little
So-
surprised why he just called on the turn. I thought maybe he was just cold calling on the flop to see what Jay did. But now Jay's strongly representing an ace, but Jay is a very aggressive player.
I mean, if he still thinks Jay doesn't have that ace, he's going to put the money out there. And it looks like he's counting it down right now to see how much he has left.
And if he makes the call, it's a $3,000 pot.
There's 400 he's got stacked up. He's shaking his head like he's in disbelief here.
You know, I've seen Jay, play this hand the same way if he had pocket queens, and that's maybe what Diablo's thinking. Or some sort of underpair. Look at that, though. Diablo makes the right lay down.
Yeah.
Jay's going to take it down.
Except he made the right lay down on the wrong street.
On the wrong street, yep.
So that was a little costly there for Diablo.
No.
I bet too much. I bet you an ace.
Did you say I put you on an ace?
I think that's what Jay said.
Oh, okay. I thought Diablo had said that.
I'll find out. But I'm gonna have an ace.
Trying to get if you thought Diablo might have had a weaker ace,
Right,
a
right.
weaker kicker.
Yeah, I'll give him a good welcome, Jason.
You need some help?
In Denny's defense, Denny did not have time to read the thread. He came into the booth a couple minutes before we started tonight. Just happened to get a little lucky.
4 days.
Thank you.
4 days.
50.
50.
Looks like we got a raise here to $50. And we're heads up the small blind against seat 5, I believe. Seat 2 against seat 5. Flop is a 4 king 7. It doesn't hit anyone. Seat 2's got an open-ended straight draw, though. He's going to bet. Seat 5's going to fold. Got a power of a semi-bluff right there. Joe's going to take it down. And I believe that Joe probably raised out of the small blind there. Joe likes to raise a lot of hands out of the blinds that normally some people wouldn't necessarily raise with. It's very difficult to play those hands out of position.
Queen with ace king, I'm going to shut down.
Pocket queen.
No, man, I'm thinking before the flop I was putting them.
So 10, 20 blinds, big blinds in seat 5, $20. Seat number 6 there, that's Allen. He's limped in with ace-king. Diablo's going to call with a 6-10 of hearts out of seat 9. And the big blind's in there with a 6-8 offsuit. $60 pot to the flop. 9-10 queen. Allen's got a gut shot with overcards in seat 6.
Ace hits on the turn.
So it got checked around,
50.
and now the ace hits on the turn. And Allen's going to take it down, it looks like. A little surprising there that Diablo didn't bet the flop when it got checked to him. He had a second pair,
Thank you.
but he let the free card go off, and it cost him as Allen hit top pair on the turn.
Small blind. Decline.
Denny, of course, the mini series of pokers going on here at the Bicycle Casino.
Yeah, pot limit hold'em tonight's tournament starts at 7:15. You still have time to come down if you're in the area. It's a $250 buy-in, 30 entry fee, no rebuys. Tomorrow we got 2 tournaments. One for just ladies only at 12 noon. It's no limit, $100 buy-in. And then Omaha High-Low Split tomorrow afternoon at 4 o'clock. And I believe the buy-in is $300 for that.
75.
Look at this. Seat 1's going to flop a set of 6s, but he's not going to get any action. He bet $75, and he's going to take the pot down. And again, if you're new to the show, you can see some of the differences, and that's Gore there in seat 1. Between this game and the game that we are going to stream tomorrow, which is the restricted buy-in, no limit game. It's a $200 restricted buy-in, 3-5 blinds, which is probably a game that most of the viewers have played or play, because this is a very, very big game, Denny.
Mm-hmm.
And I always get on some of the smaller games because people have a tendency to slow play a lot of hands that they should be betting. Now, in this game, you'll see people bet sets and trips a good deal of the time, whereas you'll see in the restricted game, they don't bet them,
Right.
which is usually the right play to bet them, especially in that restricted buy-in game, where the straightforward play is usually going to get you the best money.
All the aces are dead.
5.
4 players, each have 1 ace.
Where 5-way action, it's a $100 pot.
Seat 3 didn't play. He folded his ace-5 offsuit.
This one's going to get checked around with a 10-3-4 flop. Queen comes on the turn. Trying to see if anyone's got a piece of
Seat
this.
9 has a pair of threes.
Yep. Well, Allen's going to bet with the nut flush draw. And Seat 5 is going to call with gut shot to the 9. Well, the turn's a 10. That's going to give Allen the flush.
Seat 5 can't call here.
100.
Yep. Allen's going to bet 100, and I'm sure Seat 5 is going to muck. And Allen takes it down.
Before Allen had all his chips out, Seat 5 had mucked, and Seat 8 had his big blind out there.
There's Tim, our floor man. Helps us out with some of
Wave,
the action.
Tim.
There we go.
Not with that finger.
Diablo's going to limp in here with pocket 5s under the gun in Seat 9. Allen comes in with a 10-8 on the button. Small blind completes, and we're going to see four-way action times 20, so it's an $80 pot to the flop. 7, queen, 10. 2 hearts. See if Allen fires here on second pair from the button. It looks like it got checked to him. I believe the action is on Seat 6. I don't think he knows it.
Yeah. Yeah.
He's going to check behind everyone. The turn is an 8. Now he's got 2 pairs. He's got 8, 10.
Seat 8 picks up a gut shot.
Seat 8's actually now open-ended. 7, 8, 9, 10.
Oh, yes.
Now Allen's going to bet here. He's going to bet 100 on 2 pairs. Jay's going to muck. There isn't a lot of money in the pot there to draw, Denny. Possible flushes out there. And Jay's going to take it down. Allen's going to take it down from the button.
Thank you. 4,061.
Hey, Gora, what time you get here, man?
An hour ago.
That's it? Ton of traffic, huh?
Big
Yeah.
line.
Ridiculous.
Oh, traffic, man. Henry stayed overnight.
He told me he won.
Yeah, he
He
won.
got all back.
Yeah. He pulled a classic board.
Yeah, that's your way.
When he's stuck, he can't leave. He's like me. When I'm stuck, I stay until 7. You know, unless I stay until I go to work.
See a limp here by Seat 5. Allen's going to limp from the cutoff in Seat 6.
110.
And Jay's made it 110 to go out of the small blind. So Jay might sense some weakness here because he only has 5-10 off suit. And he's going to raise to 110.
Did you open up a package?
Of course.
Diablo's going to muck the suited connector there in Seat 9, and I can't imagine anyone else is going to call. Although Allen has a suited ace. And he is going to call. So we're looking at about a $250 pot here going to the flop.
When you lose 1,500 and walk away.
2 claims.
Yeah, I remember.
7, 10, queen. Jay's picked up a pair. Looks like he's going to underbet the pot a little bit. He's going to bet 175. Well, Allen's reaching for chips here, Denny. Nope. I think he did the fake out there.
I didn't scare you. Would have been a different. How come he scared you and I didn't scare you? You reached for all the chips. You don't reach. Yeah, when I had him in there, when I got him,
I had a couple of spades and I didn't see any.
I counted. I had the 800 in my hand. No, but he had the whole stack. You're reaching for like this. Big difference in like this.
Okay, next time. The way I reached the chips was.
You reached it and put
Big,
it there.
small blind, big blind.
Last round.
You raised. I don't know what I'm
Rice
raising.
daddles.
You fold. You fold.
No, I'm not raising again.
I bought 600, you fold.
Call him up. I don't know.
Rice daddles.
There was a couple of spades there. It was good.
I saw somebody mention on 2+2 about the back cover of Card Player magazine this issue, Denny, and it's the beautiful Shirley Rosario
Yeah.
live at the bike.
Who's going to win the World Series of Poker this
How does that
year?
work with the phone?
Do you have a piece of her?
No, I got faith in her.
Well, maybe faith can translate to 1%. If she hears.
Seat 3's got pocket jacks here. Seat 1, I think originally a raise, though. I'm not sure what he has.
Oh, sorry. 4 or 6. That's the hand that we're going to talk to you about.
You know, I think Gore might be in the straddle position here. Gore did straddle.
Did he?
Yeah, he did 40 blind under the gun.
Oh, okay, then Seat 3 just called.
Yeah, and Jack's limped in. So we're going to
King
see.
9 suited in Seat 9.
We got a $160 pot here.
10-5-9, 2 hearts.
Let's see how Jax plays the overpair. Look at this. Gore's flop 2 pair. Jax didn't raise. See if the guy can get away. He's in trouble if he's going to have a lot of heat here. Gore's going to bet $100 into a $160 pot. Jax calls to his immediate left. So we're looking at a $360 pot, 100 to call. Look at this Diablo. He's got second pair with the king kicker. He's going to come in. So it's a $460 pot to the turn.
Ace hits on the turn.
Gore still has 2 pairs here. And look at this. Diablo's going to check.
275.
Gore bets
275.
275. So now the pot's about 725, and that's an action killer for Jax. It's going to make him be able to get away from this hand a little easier, Denny.
Is it the same guy that played last night?
I'm not sure.
Looks like him.
Yeah. So 275 to call a $725 pot. And Brian's reaching for chips here. Well, he did that. He's going to make the call.
Diablo lays his down.
Yep. So now the pot's $1,000 even.
Oh, I saw the picture. I thought it was a jack. It's a king. King of hearts.
King of hearts. But that's a very, very scary card for Gore. Third heart on the river. Possible straight. No, look at this. It goes check, check.
Check, check.
Gore's going to take a $1,000 pot down here with 10s up, 10s and 9s.
Queen Jack hit, heart hit.
Yeah. That's what Gore's saying. That's got to be one of the worst cards you could ever see on the river with his hand.
Wow. I said Queen Jack's king, ace 10, ace, heart draw, king of hearts.
And the other thing, too, is, as Gore is saying it, if Brian had put in a pretty good sized bet there on the river, I bet you Gore lays that hand down.
Yeah.
On the river? I go out.
It's one of the great things that you see about Mo, who's the host of this game and who's a pretty frequent player. He reads the board, he understands the situation, and I guarantee you if Mo had played, he would have thrown a bet in to try to steal that pot there at the end. Live straddle here by Joe in seat 2. So it's $40 to call. Alan's going to come in from seat 6 with pocket 8s. He doesn't raise. Dr. Beebe's going to call with a gap-suited connector, and Gore's in there. And seat 5 is limped in. Wow, look at this, though.
Gore doesn't want to let him in.
Joe in seat 2, who is the straddler, he's got pocket aces. And he's only made it 100 more to go. That's probably not going to drive anybody out, Denny. I would think you'd want to raise more than that.
Gore was trying to keep him from betting that extra.
Look at this. He's going to get called in all these spots. I'm really surprised he didn't raise more. So we're going to see a giant pot.
How many players?
Gore's got a queen 9 offsuit. So we got a $700 pot to the flop. And you can't think that Aces is feeling too good about this right now, as he's going to be out of position against 4 other players.
There's only one ace remaining, too.
King, 6, queen. $700 pot.
I'd fire about 500 at this point, I think.
$250.
Well, a rather weak bet into a big
weak
pot.
Yeah.
I mean, this guy is screaming to get these aces cracked, I think, now. It's about a $1,050 pot, $250 to call. Unless he's trying to make a feeler bet, Denny. He's trying to make a feeler bet, and he has the intention of folding if he sees heat, then maybe it's a good bet. But I don't know if that's his intention. $1,000 and 50 pot, 250 for Gore to call with second pair. Joe played this hand awfully dangerously.
Wish I knew what they were saying. I can't hear them.
$1,000.
1,000 behind 65.
Oh, wait, not wait.
Gore is still thinking. Again, he's getting about 4-1 on his money here, Denny. I mean, if he thinks he can spike two pairs and win a lot of money from Joe, he might want to make this call to see the next card.
Just checking to see how much money Joe has.
I think Joe might have 1,000 more. Joe's got 1,300 more. Gore's still thinking here. Again, the bet is so weak. If Gore calls, you know, can he make, looking to hit 5 outs, can he make, 10-1 on that call? Well, he's going to muck.
I'm going to check on camera. Yeah, I'm going to check. I'm going to tell him. You check. Just do it.
Make him suffer.
Do it. Look at it. Just knock it. Okay.
Show one, show all.
Pocket queen.
Don't, you showed one. Tell them what they had to.
I don't think he showed any of them.
Small blind, big blind.
1,000 behind 65.
He mucked him in. He didn't show anything.
Small blind, big blind.
Boy, it sure is loud outside there.
Thank you. Big blind.
How can I say when I play this?
Raise.
Jay's going to bring it in for a raise. He's going to make it 50 to go. Queen 9 off suit. Of course, we cannot see what Joe has because his chips are all in front of the...
Three plays.
Maybe Joe can put the cards in front of seat 1's window or something.
Worse than that. Worse than that.
There was an 8 in there.
Gore is out of the hand in seat 1. Flop is Jack King 7.
75.
$75 bet here from $75 bet here from Jay. Joe's gonna muck.
Thank you. So we got a ladies tournament tomorrow, huh?
Yeah, no limit hold'em. 12 o'clock, straight up noon.
$100. How many people are you thinking you can get? 300 or so?
Oh, I don't think it'll be that many.
Yeah.
Makeup, girl.
In fact, last year we had 100, so it'll probably be a little more than that, 150 maybe.
Sorry. If it was 125.
Have you noticed a big jump in women playing the normal tournaments with the popularity of poker in the last 2 or 3 years?
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
sure have.
They never really used to have ladies-only tournaments, did they? Or have you?
Option.
Well, we have our Queen Series 4 times a year. We've been doing that for,
125.
God, ages.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Probably 10 years.
The big blind is going to raise here to 125. He's got pocket fours. He doesn't want to see a flop, and he's going to take it down.
Hey, once I threw both of them almost to the ceiling and right into the muck.
Were you aiming there, though?
Yeah, like a boomerang. Like
Thank you.
I want to see it again.
I'll do it again. It's just sometimes if it goes off, it just goes like all the way to the other table.
Go
You gotta
in.
make sure that like a boomerang. But if you throw just a little bit,
You gotta watch out for the AC though. You gotta.
And then hope the air conditioning don't kick in.
Exactly.
if you throw a little bit off, it goes to like the other table and everybody gets
We
pissed off.
experienced a little power outage here earlier in the day at the Bicycle Casino.
Yes, we did. We had a little bit of a hiccup. I was all ready to have to post again on 2+2 saying, oh, guys, we might be a little late. And I'm sure I would have taken a lot of heat from that. Blackout, yeah, right. But apparently there was a car accident.
When I'm
About
up there,
5:30, the power came back on.
Yeah, it was off for about an hour and a half.
I told you right, I flopped set of kings. King 7.
3 nights ago, right?
No.
Allen's limped in here with ace-queen in seat 6.
Pocket kings, 3-handed game. Flop comes king 7 deuce rainbow, and I'm
And
hooked on
it's
the
going to be limped around 5 ways. It's a $100 pot. Ace-9-4 on the flop.
You were here. Remember, I did it there.
So Allen's got top pair there in seat 6. Ace-9-4, 2 hearts.
Yeah, it was
And he's going to bet $75.
yeah, me, you, and Ali. Remember?
And I can't imagine anyone's going to call.
Hey, when I was
And
learning
he
how
takes
to
it
do
down.
this, when I was learning how to do it like this,
Sorry.
I learned this on the blackjack table, right? Just to make it come back like that. And I flicked it and hit this Asian guy right in the eye. And then after it hit him in the eye, the chip fell there. So I was like, excuse me, can I get my chip?
You mind?
Yeah. He was sitting right there. I was trying to go like that. And it, boom, it hit him right in the eye and it fell right there. I was like, excuse me, sir.
Oh, you want the big one?
Come on, man.
I did it. I did. No, I'm going to take it for sure.
So, Denny, we're probably going to surmise that Ouellette is going to be the tightest one on this table. Dr. Beebe used to be an extremely tight player, but we've seen him play.
It's been raised.
He's been changing it up a little bit. Dr. Beebe now, he's going to raise.
I forgot to go tell Ouellette to loosen up.
Dr. Beebe has pocket 6s, and he just raised it up to 40. Allen's going to call with a suited connector, 5-6 of hearts, and we're heads up. Look at this. Dr. Beebe's flopped a set, and Allen's got a piece with the 6. The case 6 comes on the flop. 9-4-6, 2 diamonds.
100.
And Beebe's going to bet 100. And Allen's going to make the call. The turn is a queen. Allen checks. Maybe Dr. Beebe thinks Allen's on a flush draw.
300.
Beebe's going to bet 300. Now Allen mucks. And he shows the set of 6s. And he takes the pot down.
Yeah.
Flop. Jason, you have the big
Denny, of
blind.
course, you can play for free at www.thebike.com, powered by Pokertropolis. 3 weekly free rolls for hundreds of dollars. And if you want to play against some of the bombshell models, they play every Tuesday night.
Wow.
And they have their names are actually their handles, so if you've seen some of the shows and you see Jessica or Dawn.
I believe Thursday night we have tournaments where you can win Legends of Poker seats, $300 buy-in
right.
seats for Legends of Poker, too. That's right around the corner. July 28th to September 1st. Expecting over 1,000 players for the main event this year, $5,000 buy-in.
We're going to see it limped around, it looks like, six ways. Jack 3-5, $120 pot. It looks like Ouellette has the best hand here. Seat 3 is going to bet on the top end of a gut shot with 6-7. And he's going to take it down. Little did he know that a couple of his 4s were dead in Ouellette's hand.
Right,
Immediate
right.
to his left.
Al Pacino, ¿qué pasó?
I have to break them. Have to break them to make drops and stuff like that. It's just
You walking on your sleep, man, or what? You walking on your sleep?
but that's not the main reason.
This guy could go 3 days, man.
Really?
Fresher than a daisy.
Small blind, sir. Thank you. Yeah, do you have just a little bit like the drop?
Don't answer, man.
Careful. Option.
Looks like we've seen it limped 3 ways. $60 pot to the flop. Got a deuce 10 jack, 2 spades. Jay's got a gut shot straight draw. C2's going to make a position bet here. He has, well, he actually has a gut shot to the 9, and he's going to take it down.
Nothing. I forgot what the flop was. What was the flop? Jack 10 deuce.
So, for example, if I don't know if we can take a look at seat 1's chip stack there. That's Gore.
Look, from here it looks like he has 3 stacks of white chips, which would be 6,000, and a stack of quarters, which is 500, so $6,500.
$6,500. Most players will stack their chips in 20 chip denominations, or if the stack is inside of a rack, that's a 20 chip stack, and a rack is 100 chips. So if you see a rack of purple, it's $1,000.
You know, I'm looking around the table, and it looks like seat 3, seat 7, and 8 have bigger stacks than 20s.
Look at this. Jay says he chops. He didn't even look at his hand. He's got pocket queens.
Small blind and the big blind. He called the money. I brought it in. Then he realized there were 2 players, and now he wants to find out if he can chop. I burned our...
This is so funny.
I always chop.
Go ahead, man. Go
2
ahead.
blinds can chop.
Yeah,
Okay.
chop it up, man. There's no
I'm just
flop.
saying, he called, I brought the money in, and now I burned it. I don't have a problem with that.
But before the next time, just make
Okay.
sure that do it before you.
Yeah, I didn't realize it was heads up.
That is really funny, because I'm telling you, Jay's probably one of the players that doesn't look at his cards until,
it's
it
his
comes
turn.
around to him. Or he might just be doing it honestly, but it's pretty funny
Why didn't you say something?
how
I
that
always
happened.
I just saw you call, so I checked.
Small blind.
You know how to do that.
Chop. I didn't realize it was heads up.
I do whatever the small blind wants. They want to chop, I chop. They want to play, I raise.
I need my last hand, man.
Paul there, he's going to limp in with pocket 4s. Seat 5. BB's going to limp in with 7-8 offsuit. And Jay on the button's going to make it 75 to go with a king-queen offsuit.
Suited.
I think it's
No,
king,
you're right.
king of
You're
clubs,
out.
queen of spades. Yeah.
I was looking at it wrong.
And it looks like we're heads up. Pocket 4s against king, queen. Look at this. Oh, top pair and a set of 4s. And the set of 4s checks. Oh, my.
Well, that's going to slow it down. But
And look at this, though. Jay checked behind him. The turn is an ace. Jay didn't bet on top pair. And now he's going to get check raised, and Jay's going to quickly release the hand because an ace came on the turn, and it was a scare card. That was a really bad action killer for seat 5. If Jay had bet there and he had gotten check raised, it would have been big trouble. But he's, sometimes these players will change it up, Denny. He was trying to check to induce a bluff there on the turn. And what would have happened if that ace hadn't come is probably, seat 5 would have bet and Jay would have raised, thinking that he had trapped seat 5.
Right.
Little did he know that seat 5 had a set. Jay's really lucky that he made that sneaky check there on the flop. Would have lost a lot of money. Now Jay's going to make it 60 to go with 5-7 offsuit. Gore's going to come in seat 1.
Line is 10-20, man.
And we're heads up. Jack 10-5, all spades. Jay checks and Gore checks. The turn is a 9. Now both players do not have a spade in their hand.
You have somebody to watch?
Now Jay's going to bet. Gore's got a gut shot.
I'm sure they'll tell me.
Actually, excuse me, Gore's made the bottom end of a straight. Look at that. He had a gut shot to the 9. Now he has a straight. But there's, there's 4 spades on the board, Denny. And look at this. Gore's going to muck the best hand. Wow.
Oh, you can watch it yourself? Hard to call with 4 spades out there.
That's true. Well, the players on the table are talking about the archives, Denny. You can watch this show plus every single show that we have streamed live by clicking on the on-demand banner on the right-hand side of your screen below Shirley Rosario's Poker Babe banner.
Subscription is just $14.95 a month. And you get to see hundreds of hours now. Hundreds of hours.
We've been doing it for about 5 months now, I think.
Pretty soon we'll have thousands of hours.
4 players.
I bet we have a Bombshell Girls show on there somewhere, right? A couple of them.
Look at this. 4-way action, limped around 5-7-9. Seat 5's got a flush draw. A couple of gut shots in there. Paul's going to bet. Looks like he's going to bet about $100.
Really?
Joe on the button, he's got a gut shot to the 8. He's going to
you know what? You don't bluff early, but late at night you start
and
bluffing.
C3's going to muck. Paul takes it down.
He was here. I showed about 4 of them.
It must have been late.
Well, you ready for a chip count? I just got it. Hot off the press.
Go
Brought to you
for
by
it.
Joker Gaming. Seat 1, Gore is 6,600. Seat number 2, 2,300.
When you first get here, you never
Seat number 3 is 1,400. Seat 4 was 1,500. Seat 5, 2,800. Seat 6 is 600. Seat 7, 3,200. 3,000 for Jay in seat 8, and 1,500 in seat number 9.
I never played putt limit, so I want to try that.
Beside you,
You know what I mean?
I would put all in.
It could be no one.
I know it's hard to see, but they are there.
You didn't put your all in because they're
Sometimes hard to see those chips.
and I know your game. I said, hey, there's a possibility of flooding. I'm not going to risk it.
I never played putt limit.
And Denny, we have a post here by, looks like Turtle Pig, who I believe was the guy that started the other thread, or at least posed the question. And he goes on to say that he doesn't really have a, he thinks that we do a good job, and he doesn't have really a quarrel with the hand analysis. And he says that the 6-9 thing was been blown out of proportion, that apparently she made the comment herself and we just kind of picked up on it. But he did say one other thing that I forgot to mention to you. He was a little bit upset about how the blinds were raised unannounced to the players. And the reason why we did that is because we were trying to fit it into a 4-hour format, and I'm almost positive that Mo...
We're not the ones that raised the blind.
Right.
It was Mo.
But Mo mentioned to the players that might happen. If the shootout was going slow, we're trying to fit it into 4 hours, so there might be a possibility that the one level is going to be skipped. So the players knew beforehand. Obviously, there was no objection. Looks like it got limped around here 4 ways. 4 deuce 6 on the flop. Gets checked around, 4 on the turn, gets checked around again. Look at this, 3 4s on the board. Ace-high's going to be good here. And Alan's going to bet out. He's going to make a little bit of a value bet there with ace-high. He's going to take it down.
Thanks, sir. Small blind, big blind.
Here's a question I'll answer online. How do dealer tokes work at the bike? Are they pooled? Is the live at the bike table set up differently from the tables in the main room? Just curious. No, they're toked every hand all throughout the casino, and they're not pooled. Each dealer keeps their own tips.
That's 60.
That way the better dealers probably make a little more money than the slower ones. And That's the way it works here at the bike.
And that's by Quark and Cover. Thank you for that comment. Well, we're going to see some action here. Joe brought it in for 60 with pocket jacks, got called by Ouellette with pocket sixes, Allen's in with an ace-king, and Dr. Beebe's in with a king-queen. Wow, ace-7-ace.
Just got the lucky touch again.
Now, this is one of these situations. If another ace comes, the jackpot's going to be in play here,
That's
Danny.
going to be a lucky touch for me.
9 comes on the turn.
Those are coming for me, Anita.
Again, if we see another ace, it's going to be a
Oh,
jackpot.
that's right, with the pocket jack.
Yep. Allen's going to
Come
bet
on,
now.
ace. Let's give away some money.
He checked the ace-king on the flop. Now he bets.
From the chips. Tell her lucky.
Sometimes you get into a situation like this. It's a big no-limit game. If he has an ace that beats the board here, should I just make a call with jacks because it's worth trying to spike one out for the jackpot? It's an interesting predicament that some players can be in. And it looks like he is going to make the call.
I'm excited. I'm at the edge of my seat here. This would be the first time we ever hit a jackpot on Live at the Bike.
Well, we're going to need to see an ace here.
And it would be the ace of clubs.
Yep.
No.
Not going to happen.
Oh, well.
But I bought it for him.
It's a third diamond, though. And that might scare Allen a little bit.
I'm going to move back into my seat now. I was on the edge. But
So you made it.
No, Allen's going to bet. Looks like he bet about 300. It's about a $900 pot. Actually, it's, about $900 pot, 300 to call for pocket jacks. And I said it might scare Allen a little bit, but if you were to work the hand backwards, what really could, Joe have that would have completed that flush for him to raise before the flop? Only king jack or king 10 of diamonds. Allen's going to show the ace king and he's going to take it down.
One more ace. What do you have? Pocket jack.
One more ace jackpot. I mucked ace 4. I mucked it. I mucked it.
Shots at him, man. That's it.
I mucked it.
Oh, Gore said that he mucked the ace, so we were drawing dead anyways,
Can't
Denny.
get closer than that, man. Got 2 shots at him.
Ace of clubs, man. I mucked it.
There's only 4 in the deck.
most of the time. And when there's more than 4 in the deck, it gets real embarrassing.
Live straddle.
Thank you, sir.
Got another comment on 2+2 by D.A. Big Ba Droop. He looks like to be a first-time poster, too. Who's commenting about the hand where Dr. Beamy made a set of 6s and showed it. If he's such a tight player, let the guy wonder what he's doing instead of giving away the information for free. Looks like we got a live straddle in seat 3 has re-raised, I believe, with pocket deuces. Excuse me, seat 4 is... Yep, seat 3's got pocket deuces and he's re-raised. And Joe was the original raiser in seat 2. Couldn't quite tell what he had, but he's going to lay it down. Strong move by pocket deuces. And Brian's going to take the pot. Gore's going to straddle out of the under the gun position. Straddle, of course, is a forced double big blind bet in the under the gun position. Gore's going to have the option when it comes back around to him. Joe's going to call.
Option. Time. Go ahead. 4 players.
4-way action, $160 pot. Got a queen 7-8 rainbow flop. Gore's going to bet out on deuce 8 on second pair. He's going to bet 65. Now Joe's got second pair with the better kicker. Looks like he's going to make the call.
165.
No, he's going to make a raise. He's going to raise it up to 165. Now I would imagine that Gore is quickly going to muck. He shows an 8, and he mucks. And Joe shows king 8. Again, another way that you can reach us is by emailing us at live@thebike.com. Live@thebike.com. I want everyone to look for myself and some other Live at the Bike regulars at the Live at the Bike booth at the Rio in Las Vegas during the first 3 days of the World Series of Poker, the Poker Convention. Live at the Bike will have a booth. The Rio Lifestyle Show. That's the name of the convention. July 6th through 10th, I believe, are the dates. 6th through 9th. King 4 on the flop.
I shouldn't say anything.
Looks like this pot was limped around. Turn is an 8. It got checked around on the flop.
So I said, do the opposite.
Diablo's going to bet out here.
How does he know he has the best hand, huh?
Well, you got to figure hopefully someone's sandbagging a king, and at this level, normally people will bet out on their trips. And he does have the best hand here with ace 8, and he's going to take it down.
You don't have nothing.
Surprised to see that seat 5, who had pocket 7s, didn't bet there with the king 4 king board when he was in position to bet.
Then I know you're bluffing, then I re-bluff back, and then I win. You got it all figured out. I win more.
That's why I'm not doing it.
Again, I have never seen Paul on the show here, so it's a first there for seat 5.
Live. Like you're bluffing in that king, ace king hand.
$100.
Jay's going to raise here. He's got pocket 9s. He's going to make it $100. There's 2 limpers in front of him. Seat 8 from the cutoff makes it 100 straight to go.
Oh, it's your blind. I didn't realize.
Paul limped in with an 8-5 of diamonds. BB's in there with ace 3 of diamonds. Wow, Paul's going to make the call.
3 players.
And look at Mr. Loose. Dr. BB's going to make the call with a suited ace.
Mr. Loose.
6 queen deuce. It's probably going to go check, check, bet, fold here, I would imagine. Looks like Jay's bet about 225 here.
So far, you're right.
And he's going to take it down.
Boy, you're great. You're my hero. You should start one of those psychic phone lines, you know. Who was that lady? Cleo or something?
Somebody asked, email Live at the Bike, this is Jason Whittemore. He says, hey guys, where has Jonas been? He's always a hoot to watch. And he has been missing. And I don't know if he's been in Vegas.
I think he's in jail.
You know what I'll do is I'll actually go out and ask Gore in seat 1 during table talk.
I don't remember which one Jonas
There he
is.
is.
You got it all figured out.
Young guy, old guy.
Pretty young.
Okay, let him play. All right.
Jay raised there with 3-6 offsuit, and he got called in 4 spots. Looks like it's about a $300 pot, 9-7-10. And look at this, BB's going to bet here on bottom pair. See if his tight image gets people to lay down the hands. Joe has the best hand here in seat 2 with second pair. Diablo's thinking to myself, why didn't I re-raise? Pre-flop with ace queen of clubs. Diablo's going to make a call, it looked like. It was a $100 bet by BB. Diablo calls, and that might make it less likely for Joe to call now in seat 2. The overcall with second pair.
He was going to raise more.
And am I right? Again for the 3rd time?
I think so.
I think Diablo's call is going to give BB a better chance to win this pot.
he gave the
And
cards to
Joe
you last.
did muck. Look at that. The turn is a 3, and BB's still good here. Now he's picked up the nut flush draw with his ace-7. He's got a pair in the nut flush draw. It's about a $400 pot.
Bye-bye, ace queen.
Mark, I know what you got.
Yeah, I know
Yep.
he's going to lay that down.
Again, Diablo. BB can thank Diablo for having him win that pot. Although, you know, BB might have continued to push, though. Even when he picked up the diamond on the turn, Danny, even if Joe had called heads up. So you never know exactly what would have happened.
I have a nice hand and never flop anything.
River was an 8 of spades, by the way.
Ace queen.
Got a rabbit cam there right next to the dealer.
Ace queen suited.
And actually, because this is an interactive show, we have our host Donna out on the floor, and I don't know if she's been listening to the conversation about Jonas, but if Donna's out there, maybe she can go ask Gore in seat 1 where Jonas is. Why has he been mysteriously absent?
He will come back.
We could run a contest.
Yeah.
Where's Jonas?
Gore's going to raise here. He's got pocket queens. Look at this. Seat 5's going to call with a small suited connector, 4-5 of clubs.
Now there are 2 players.
It's going to be heads up, about a $300 pot. 4-5 against queens.
8-5 ace.
2 hearts.
Here, first.
Okay. Sorry.
Paul's going to check.
No, it is 8-5 ace.
4 bets. 200. Paul's going to muck. Gore's going to take it down.
Most likely coming.
That's great. That's the answer we were looking for. Donna, you know, ask him where he's been the last few weeks. Well, maybe he's just changing it up a little bit there, Denny.
That usually means they're in jail when they mention the other casino.
Yeah, that's why. You know, and I was really afraid of that. You know, I really was.
Alan's going to limp in here.
I see you let in the pot. I want to see her win a pot.
Diablo's going to raise there. He's got ace queen offsuit from seat 9.
Just one pair? Yeah, I mean, what's you?
And is Alan going to make the call? Alan has an ace 9 offsuit, so he's in trouble. Seat 3's in there with king queen offsuit on the button.
3 players.
Looking at about a $200 pot. Wow, king, queen, deuce. Seat 3 flops top 2 from the button in position. And seat 9's got second pair, the original raiser with ace queen.
Bets $1.25, it looks like.
So now the pot is about $3.50, $1.25 to call for the button with top 2 pair. He's just going to smooth call. He's going to pull the trap.
2 players.
About a $500 pot now to the turn. Turns a jack. It's going to give the ace queen extra outs. He spikes a 10 on the river.
Time to put some money in that pot. Get him out of there. Make him pay to draw for the river if he wants to stay in.
Pot's about 500.
200.
Diablo's going to bet 200. $700 pot.
I move all in here.
Well, with these kind of chip stacks, well,
He doesn't have
yeah,
that much.
that
Look
might
at
be
it.
the right play there, Denny. With the amount that Diablo has left.
C3 doesn't have that much
All
either.
in.
And that's exactly what he's going to do, Denny. He's going to move all in. You called it. King Queen's
You're
going to
not
move.
the only one right all the time.
Lamborghini Diablo.
Put the pressure on the other player.
When you're winning,
That's
you're
exactly what he
Diablo.
did.
When you're losing, I'm going to call you Lamborghini Diablo.
All in.
Well, at this point, Denny, as you pointed out, Diablo only's got 500 left.
And there's her.
I think this is definitely the right play.
About 1,100. About 1100.
Oh, he has more than I thought. He said he has about 1,100.
Maybe he's got some whites mixed in there.
Yeah, he could.
That's about 800.
Brian's going to take it down
Where's the
there.
river
It's
there?
10, no, it's closer to 8.
Rabbit Cam's an 8
8
of
of
clubs.
clubs. Okay, not going to help anybody. Says, Gore, get your hand out of my chips.
Chips, no limit for.
And Gore actually bought in for another 4,000 after we said he had 6,500. I think he might. You can sometimes see big green chips, Denny, in this game, and those are $1,000 chips. Sometimes you'll see light purples, which are
Gray.
5,000. Greenish gray, I guess the $1,000 chips are.
Before the turn. I knew that was coming. I just couldn't.
40, raise it.
Oh, BB's going to raise here with ace 3 offsuit. Oh, he's got,
It's just a raise.
pocket threes.
I had the pleasure of sitting at a tournament table with
Postcard,
Dr.
7
Levy the
clubs.
other night. He asked if I was the one that rags on him all the time.
Did he really?
I said, I hope not. And then he said he was just joking. He said we do a good job. Meaning you and I.
And then you told him it was me,
Everybody
right,
else.
that ragged on him. 4-way action. $160 pot.
No, I'm going to tell you, let that.
Ace 4-4. Let's see if... No, BB didn't make a continuation bet. I think he missed a bet there. I think you got to fire out there and see where everyone's at. The turn is a 10. And now, Diablo's picked out the best hand. In seat 9.
100.
But Allen, as he normally will do, if he senses weakness on the flop, he's going to fire out with any 2 cards from early position. And he bets 100 with absolutely nothing. But Diablo's going to call him. And Allen's in trouble. He'd have to bet enough to get Diablo out of the hand, and Diablo's short-chipped.
Jack of clubs hits the river.
I think it's either an all-in or a check here. If Diablo only has about 500 left. So he's going to bet 300.
300.
Well, that jack might make Diablo lay it down here. And he's betting about half of Diablo's stack here. And it looks like it's enough. And Allen is going to take down the hand with the worst hand.
3-9.
You're punishing me for lying? No, I didn't know lying is not allowed in this table.
That's fine. Yeah, one back with that.
Since I started.
Stay 100 hands.
Since I
All right.
I guess I started early today.
Small blind, sir.
Oh, me?
Allen, seat 6, picks up pocket jacks here.
Small blind, sir.
That I gave you, huh?
And Allen, in the small blind, he's got the jacks. Wow, he's just going to complete. I don't know if he even looked at his hand. I have a feeling that he didn't look at his hand, which I don't know why you wouldn't look at your hand. Well, he still hasn't, so he must have looked because he's still not looking now. So you wonder if he's going to throw a check raise in here. And now Joe's going to bet out here with nothing. And Allen just calls. Wow. Just calls with the overpair. The turn is a king, and now that gives Joe the best hand. And now Allen bets. Now he bets 100. And he tried to play this hand tricky, but that king helps Joe. Gives Joe top pair. So a complete in the small blind with jacks. A check call on the flop, Denny, with an overpair. And now he bets as he's behind.
That's the worst I've ever seen.
And Joe's got a king with a weak kicker. Looks like he's going to raise it up here.
And raised 100.
He's going to make it 100 more, and Allen quickly calls. River's a queen.
9-7 or something, yeah. That's the worst one.
Look at this. Allen's going to throw in one of those blocker bets again. He's going to bet about 100, and I don't think that's going to be enough. He throws in one of those stop bets, and it's not enough.
Oops.
One pair.
Donna.
King 4 is going to be good.
King.
Yeah. Again, when we talk about one of those blocker bets, Denny, it was one of those situations where if Joe was bluffing in seat 2, Allen's going to throw in a bet that he's comfortable with calling with, hopefully to get Joe to
Seat open, no
fold.
limit 4.
But it's a question of whether that bet was enough.
I'm gonna play the tournament, man. I already bought it.
6 minutes.
Right now,
You
it's
like
my
that
day.
seat?
I never played that one. It's not my day anyway.
Brian's chips fell on the floor, and Donna graciously came over and helped pick them up. Should have kept 1 or 2 for herself for her trouble. But
Oh, I'm just saying he's got you. There's no reason to give you good cards now.
Is it warm in here, or is it just me tonight, Denny?
it's a little warm.
Yeah.
It's a hot show, that's why, you know.
Come on, Paul, go all in here. Liven it up.
3 players.
Three-way action that's been limped around.
Players. You want to push those chips over?
3 flush. Look at this. Gore flops a flush,
That's 75.
and he's going to bet right into the small flush that he flopped. Seat 2 has got a jack of spades in his hand, and it looks like he's going to muck, and Allen mucks.
Big draw. Big draw.
Yep.
Gore shows a single card, the deuce of spades.
I will. Oh, thank you.
Gillette's going to move from seat 4 to seat 9.
She just wants to be on camera, that's what it is.
And I guess Diablo had enough for tonight.
What time this game runs, you mean?
Oh, I got word that he's actually going to play the pot limit tournament, Denny.
Good idea. More people should play.
Definitely a good dealer coming.
Tournament starts in about 2 minutes.
Look at this, Brian under the gun. He's going to change it up. It looks like he's raised to either 80 or 100 with deuce 4 of spades under the gun. Allen's going to call him with a king 8 of diamonds. It is an $80 raise. And Joe's in there with a weak ace, so we're going to see a $250 pot to the flop. Jack, Jack, Queen. Well, that's not a good flop for anyone. See if the under the gun again makes one of those Russell Fox continuation bets, as he so often says.
What are you guys playing?
Oh, you're playing it?
No, he's not. And it gets checked around.
I take the 7s.
The turn is a 6 of hearts. And whoever's going to bet this one first, and he's going to win. And now Brian's going to go to his chips.
Yeah, I played last night.
What are you playing? 50, 100?
That's 175.
He's going to bet 175. And I imagine he's going to take it down.
Jacks,
Thank you.
eights, sevens.
And he is going to take it down.
I'm not sure if I want to play.
123.
I'm there.
Thank you, Paul.
I wonder if Jay went to go play the tournament. I know it was last night.
Well, his chips are still there, and his fan is still there. So.
Well, last night when we were done with the show, I walked back. He was playing the tournament. So he must have bought in and let him blind him off. And
Oh, I see. When he got knocked out early in this shootout, you mean?
then he got knocked out here. And,
Those are 7s, 8s. Guys, I'm going to say this one more time. You have to be dealt in the hand.
You have to be sitting
here.
down.
If you're out, you can't. You don't play. Exactly. If I go for
And you have to
smoking,
remember your own thing. You have to remind us. Like right
Your
here.
jacks?
Jacks.
Yeah, if you don't remind them, and it's over.
If you don't remind them, nobody's going to tell you once the
if I go smoking, for instance, I'm not qualified.
Not qualified. The jackpot is denied.
Allen's going to limp in with king, queen offsuit. BB's in there with a king 8 offsuit.
Good news.
Is Joe going to make one of his trademark raises out of the small blind? He does.
Someone's going to win.
He looks to have ace 9 offsuit.
It is another 30.
That's all right.
5.
So C2's raised to 35
It's
more.
200. Last night we were
Allen's going to call him in position. So ace 9 against king, queen. About $120 pot to the flop.
Portuguese.
Wow,
Ace,
Ace-9,
Queen,
Queen.
Me and Mo, we play all the time.
What's that big Portuguese guy's name? Real
2
big
pairs
guy.
there for Joe.
Played last time.
Up and down.
The 24. Real big guy.
He's going to bet here.
Colorado. Big 65.
Looks like he bet 65, and he's going to get a call. So the pot's now about $300. The turn is a jack of spades. It's going to give Allen a spade draw and a straight draw, gut shot straight draw. And it goes check, check, so ace-9 gives a dangerous card, but harmless 3 of hearts hits the river. And ace-9 is still good here. And he bets 500.
I hit eights 3 times last night in like 2 hours.
How do you go from betting $65 to checking to 500?
Well, you got to think that he was probably trying to check raise the turn, Denny, but boy, in that spot with 3 spades on board, that's very, very dangerous because you don't want to give that guy a free card in position. And that's what ended up happening. Allen checked right behind him. A lot of cards could have hurt Joe there, but he ends up taking the pot down. But he doesn't, and here's the other thing though, Denny, he doesn't make any more money on the hand though.
No, he doesn't.
He checked the turn with the intention of check raising, probably. Allen checked behind him, then he bet the river, and he didn't get called. So,
But another small bet on the turn, he might have got a call.
oh, definitely, definitely.
He actually lost money on that.
The case could be made that maybe Allen was on a flush draw and he wanted to see what happened, but
This guy doesn't raise. He's got pocket ace. So you're just thinking.
New dealer, Wayne.
He's slow played. And he did a hell of a job.
I've been playing for 24 hours. I wasn't even thinking.
oh, there's a great question from Kev Mapp, the guy that starts the thread. You never really did go in, Dunning, into like how you managed to get second place there in that limit hold'em tournament that you finished in last Friday.
I got lucky.
Well, that's what I figured. But
I hit a
you
rush.
said it, not me.
Well, I hit a rush. 2 dealers back to back. I couldn't lose.
Oh boy, look at this. 2 people flop trips here. The pot was limped around. King 8-8. Paul's got an 8. Brian's got an 8. They're both in the blinds.
So I get 100 right?
Why? Don't worry about it. Go ahead. It's on you. Hold on. Don't win the game. Go ahead.
Oh, he already checked.
You check, I check.
Ooh, our next limit hold'em tournament is Sunday. I might have to play that $500 buy-in though. That's a little steep for me.
And it gets checked around here. The turn is a 6 of clubs. Look at this. Seat 3 checks the trip 8s again. Seat 5 checks and sees if he actually has 3 8s.
You can't believe it.
And now he's going to bet. So you got to think that Brian's
Oh, Mo's coming in the game.
Brian in seat 3 is either playing this hand very conservatively or he's going to check raise on the turn here. Paul's going to bet $35 with Queen 8 out of seat 5. The pot is not that big. It's about a $135 pot, 35 to call.
Come on, man. Speed up the game. Which pair do you want, man? Well, which pair you got?
And we could see fireworks here, what looks to be a harmless hand.
Allen. They're not in? Oh, come on, you guys.
What is Brian doing here? He's going to raise. He's going to raise it up another 50. Another 50. So now the pot is 220, 50 to call, and Queen 8 makes the call. $300 pot. A 6 comes on the river, and now it's going to be a chop pot. What a bad card for Paul in seat 5. 8's full of 6s both players have in their hands.
Yes.
There's no way they're going to bet each other off this.
Well, the only thing they can be scared of is quad 6s and if someone has King 8.
Raise.
And now seat 5 is going to raise, and probably it's easily come to the conclusion that it's going to be a chop pot. $175 bet.
5 more hundred.
5 more 100. Now, if you have 4-8 here, Denny, you only really can smooth call here because this guy hasn't moved a lot, Paul. He must have an 8, and you can only be beaten It's most likely a chop pot, but you can be beaten if the guy has king 8 in his hand. So I imagine that Brian is going to be smart and just call here. And he is going to call, and let's chop it up. Brian got lucky on the river.
Chop it. I think you have a king 8, but...
All right, Kev, you want me to talk about my second place finish in last Friday's tournament? You know, actually, we got down to 6-handed, and they wanted to do a chip count deal. I really wanted to play for 10% of the prize pool. But being the tournament director, playing in my own tournament, I thought it would be a better customer service to go ahead and agree with the deal. Because I think I would have won that tournament. Super Mario was the chip leader. I think I could have beat him. And,
well, Super Mario's a pretty experienced tournament
Yes, he is. But I think I could have beat him. And
what are the rules exactly if you want to play it out? You have to play for a total of 10% of the prize pool? Or
minimum of 10% if you want to play it out.
Yep.
Otherwise, you can do whatever deal you make. If you do a 100% money deal, tournament's over. Whoever has the most chips gets first, so forth, so on.
Yep.
And points are distributed the same way. So we'll see. I'll play. I don't know if I'll play Sunday because it's a $500 buy-in, and that's a little more money than I make, but or care to partake in. But the following Saturday, on July 2nd, there's a 300 limit. And I'll be sure to play in that one.
So you like the limit hold'em tournaments, huh?
That's a post.
Yeah, I do.
I do too. It's actually my favorite.
I mean, I like the no limit also, but I seem to have a little better control on the limit.
Look at this. So Mo's going to come into the game now in seat 4. Lovable Mo, of course, and he's going to make his presence known. He's going to raise right out of the small blind. He's got an ace rag. Possibly senses some weakness in the limpers, and he is going to take it down. And I don't know. Gore took his card, and I don't know if it's an ace or if it's a 3. Which one he looked at there. But, you know, Denny, Limit Hold'em is also my favorite tournament game, and the reason why is because, especially in the last couple of years with the popularity of No Limit, I see a lot of No Limit players playing Limit tournaments, and I really think some of the best strategies in the Limit tournaments is really to play very, very tight aggressive. And when you see people who are no-limit players coming in with these hands that are very inferior in Limit, remember, Limit is not a game of implied odds like No Limit is. You can only win as much as the street is capped on. I was amazed to see some of the Limit players in the $1,500 event at the World Series I play, you know, limp it in with King 3 suited under the gun, stuff like that.
Did we have exposed card?
I actually played a small buy-in sit and go this morning, Limit Hold'em, and I won it. So.
Gore's going to bet out here. The pot was limped around. He's got Jack 9. He's got second pair, seat 1.
Bet 75.
Mo's going to muck the pocket 4s. And I'm sure Yulette is going to muck her 3-5. Gore takes it down.
Thank you.
You played a sit and go online or live?
Online.
Online.
You know, even though I make just over $25,000 a year, I still don't like to get in these big buy-in games. You know.
I wouldn't have thought it was that much.
Nothing compares to my salary at Live at the Bike, though.
No?
Are you in this now?
Yulette, she's in there. What you got?
Got a 5-4 offsuit.
5-4 offsuit.
Well, she's in the small blind. She just completed it. It's going to get limped around.
All right.
Deuce 10 Jack Rainbow flop. Mo's picked up an open-ended straight draw. Seat 4.
Bet 30.
Joe is going to
Raise
bet
to
out
80.
on a gut shot, and Mo's going to raise.
Two players.
King Queen is good. King Queen is good.
The turn is an ace of hearts, and now Mo's picked up a flush draw as well. So he's open-ended with a flush draw.
120.
And he's going to bet 125. And at this point, I can't believe that Joe's going to call. But now Joe's double-gutted, though. He can pick up a king or a 9.
Give anybody a bad beat. Anytime I ask him to. I say, Joe, give him a bad
The ace actually helps his straight. He picks up some more outs.
Oh, that time? I saw that.
Of course, if any of his straight cards come, Denny, and it's a heart, he's in big trouble.
Yes.
5 out. 5 out, and he hit it 3 times.
$120 bet, and Joe's going to make the call. The river's a 5, so both players have nothing. And Mo's going to have to bet Joe out of the hand to win this pot.
Hey, Alan.
And Mo's pretty smart. Of course he's going to bet. It's the only way that he can win the hand.
We were dealt in, and he hit the 8.
And he's got to figure out how much can I bet to win.
I didn't get it. He came 8-8. He had 8s.
And look at that, Denny. Power of position, power of
Mo.
Yeah, power of Mo. Power of knowing what you're doing and knowing exactly how much to bet in each situation. He takes it down. I love Mo. He's a great player.
The very first hand, I'm sit down.
The very first hand. He dealt you in, you looked at the cards, and you mucked it, and you left.
All right. Who had you?
Hit it. Flop came 8-8.
Big line.
Okay. Well, how much do I owe?
Mo money. Mo money.
Do you want to come in right now, sir? 30. Yeah.
Yeah, I hit all the 8s that were out. That was good. And the 8s played.
Like a pair game.
Game.
It's everybody chooses a pair.
Raise.
5, 7, whatever,
Time.
Because this is Mo here. Oh, Mo is. They call from another side of the street.
Mo.
Is Mo in the game? Yes. We have a game.
Is Mo playing also?
Raise another 100. One
Ooh,
more.
look at this. Alan's raised here from seat 6 with pocket 8s.
3 players.
Joe's going to come over the top. He re-raised with 5-7 of clubs, and Mo's in there with pocket 5s.
9-4 jack, 2 hearts on the flop.
It's about a $400 pot.
You need a massage?
And if Joe bets enough here, he might get everybody to muck. It's kind of a weak bet, but it looks like it's going to be enough. He's going to take it down, and he's going to show the bluff, Denny. He shows the bluff. Joe's been doing a lot of that tonight.
Good job, Bo. Good job. Good race. This is my friend.
I bid him.
Well, the pot wasn't that big either.
Well, as we've talked a lot about strategy in the restricted hold'em games and in this game, and restricted bind games, straightforward play is the best play. In this game, you have to make moves to be a profitable player. Gets folded around to the blinds, and they're going to chop it up.
Oh, when you have a long card, you don't chop. You have a high card, you don't chop.
You ever play pot limit?
Is this the local crew that's here?
Hold'em?
Yeah.
I have. I like the game. The funny thing about pot limit is that it scares away some of the field because there's post-flop play, Denny, as opposed to no limit where people who aren't necessarily good can just shove in all pre-flop. And you can see that even in the World Series. Look, take a look at the numbers of the no-limit games versus the pot limit games.
Oh, yeah, I know.
Yeah. Gore's going to limp in here with 7-8, and Brian in the small blind, he's got pocket 10s, and he's going to make it 60 more to go out of the small blind.
You limp and then you call? What the heck is that, man?
And Gore is going to call.
2 players.
Now, Gore has position on Brian. Uh-oh, Gore's flopped an open-ended straight draw. Pocket 10s is checked, and Gore's going to check. He's going to take a card. An 8 comes on the turn, so now Gore has a pair, and he's open-ended. Now Brian's going to bet. He's going to bet 175. And Gore calls. So it's about a $550 pot. A king comes on the river. I'm surprised that Gore didn't play this hand a little more aggressively. Maybe he sensed the fact that Brian was going to check raise him. Brian's at 225. The pot's about 775, 225 for Gore to call. Gore has an 8. He has a pair of 8s. There isn't a lot of things that he can beat there. Only an ace, queen, ace, jack, something like that. He can't beat an overpair. Remember, Brian checked the flop, bet the turn, and now he's bet the river, and Gore makes the right laydown. C3 takes it down. Gore says, good river. But Gore was behind the entire hand.
Listen, you want to get in? What? I had pocket deuces.
It takes a small blind. Small blind.
Quanto?
He has 8, 7.
Quanto?
Huh?
Quanto?
100. 200 champion.
And you wait now.
Which one do you have? Oh, these?
Yes. I mean, I want 3.
Okay, guys, this is...
Oh, you took his card.
You have guys?
What?
You took his card.
My friend?
Your big blind.
He's in 3.
Might have a
What is that you're eating?
misdeal here.
Warm?
You know, there's a side bet going on in some of these hands, and I don't know if we can find out on the table what's going on. But and Donna, the host, says it's a player who has an 8 in their hand and is a $100 bet. I guess at Showdown, if they have an 8 in their hand, they get an extra $100, something like that.
Where is it?
The bet's between Gore, Allen, and Paul. So we're going to see a limp in here from Allen with 10s. And Gore has made it 95 to go with a suited king, king 3 of spades.
75 more.
And Gore's in trouble here. He's behind, but he is in position. And Allen's going to call.
2 players.
Pocket 10s against king 3 suited.
You know what? I'm going to do the same.
Jack 3, 8. Gore's flopped a pair. Goes check, check. The turn is a 9. Allen is now open-ended with his 10s. In seat 6.
150.
He's going to bet 150, and look at this. Gore quickly
Wow.
calls. Quickly calls. Gore's going to need some help here on the river. That's not going to do it. 4 clubs. And Allen's going to continue to bet.
Better than the Commerce?
He's going to bet 200.
You like the
$200 bet here into about a $500 pot. 700 total. 200 for Gore to call in seat 1. And all Gore has is bottom pair.
Rice is okay?
All right. Coke's okay.
Coke and water.
You mean they remodeled? They didn't remodel their kitchen?
They need to get a chef. They'd attract some good quality chefs there. With all the money they
Allen
make.
looks to only have
Fly
about,
somebody in from France.
I don't know, 500-600 left.
For table eating? No.
What you do is you just pay a membership fee.
And Gore
Remember
calls.
and get the order from the chef.
They're 10s.
Surprising to see Gore call in that spot.
Yeah.
Maybe he just wanted to call for information. I'm never a proponent of that play, though, Denny. That is calling for information.
Yeah. Could be felt sorry for him.
Blinds up, please.
But I know you said it.
No, the guys that came over to
No way.
See, now I'm getting ragged about coming in second on the limit hold'em. No, I hit an incredible rush.
Look
Two
at Diablo
dealers.
there in the background. He left the table, entered the tournament, and he's out on the rail there. Ace-9 king on the flop. I think this one was limped around. Checked on the flop. Turn is a 5 of diamonds. Check, check, check. River's a queen. And looks like Allen with Jack 9 has the best hand here. Nope, seat 5. Seat 5 picked up the queen. And Gore's going to bet 100 with pocket deuces. He's trying to buy the pot here. Paul has the best hand. He's going to call. And he's going to win. Gore waited too long.
Blinds up, please. Blinds.
Gore's lost, what, like 3 in a row, hasn't he?
Yep.
There's kind of it's a technicality. I mean, you know.
Even in Vegas,
Ace Queen off suit for Dr. Beebe in the big blind in seat 7.
125.
Gore has made it 125 to go with pocket 3. Seat 5's got Big Slick suited on the button, so he's going to come in. Beebe's going to come in. Now, Denny, I have to imagine that because these cards are dead, the aces, if no one hits that
Three
flop,
players.
Gore's going to win this pot because Gore's very aggressive. Chances that someone hits the flop are slim. And
10-9-4.
No one hits the flop, so let's see if Gore wins this hand. 4-9-10 rainbow. Gets checked to Gore. No, it doesn't get checked to Gore. Look at this. BB's looking for chips.
Bet 100.
He's going to bet. Wow, Dr. BB proving me wrong. I can't believe that Gore's going to call with, and he quickly mucks. But Ace King calls. Wow. The turn is a 6. Oh, and now BB shuts down. Ace King checks. The river's a 7, and it goes check, check, and Ace King's going to take it down. And let's look at Gore.
Ace King.
Is he upset at all?
Look at that look.
Don't worry about it.
Dr. BB, making that reputation.
Thank you.
Paul probably shouldn't have called there on the flop. Paul isn't as
Put the
familiar with BB's play as everyone else on the table.
Right.
So, just gotta say, if BB's gonna fire out at me with that flop and I got Ace King, I'm probably gonna muck at that point. But maybe not now, as BB's loosened up a little bit.
Got a Queen Jack here offsuit.
Seat 5. He's going to make it 100 to go.
3 players.
He's got a 9-10 suited. 9-10 of spades.
Jack 5 deuce flop, 2 diamonds.
BB's called with the Queen Jack, and he's got top pair. And this time he's going to bet with a good hand. And now, and Gore mucks the pocket 5s again. Even after BB had just bluffed.
I don't want to chase.
I don't know exactly what seat 5 would be chasing if he called. Backdoor straight and flush draw. BB's raise.
I would like to see the next card. What's the next card?
Hey.
No, he didn't show it.
I know. I'm curious. I just like to.
Dealers need to learn how to slap hands. I used to do that. When I dealt, I reached in the muck, bam, I hit him. I never got in trouble for it either. Of course, it didn't happen that often, fortunately.
And then another guy was that's a better. I get sucked in.
You want to see the 8 of spade, right?
Ace of spades.
Looks like Gore's going to live straddle out of seat 1.
8 of spades.
Yeah.
Straddle.
Oh,
Black or red ones, you get double, right?
Oh, well.
Yes.
Straddle takes it down with no resistance. Gore's picked up the blinds. You don't see that every day. Usually people are a lot looser with their raises. There's more dead money. You're going to see it's almost worth positive expectation to raise in late position with any 2 cards with the straddle in play. So there must have been some pretty bad cards out there.
You have a straight flush draw.
No,
How are you going to get there on the turn? Oh, this hand?
Pocket jacks for Jay on the button. And
100.
Ryan has straddled from seat 3. Seat 5 is raised to 100. He's got queens. So let's see what Jay does here.
Make it 350.
He's going to re-raise to 350. Jay's in big trouble on the button.
And you laid down a Queen Jack suited, so there's only 1 Jack left.
And 1 queen.
And 1 Queen.
And look at that. Brian's got pocket 6s.
2 of those left.
Now, the problem with calling here, again, usually you want to make 10 to 1 on your money, Denny, but you've got to also take into consideration that the original raiser could also re-raise here. So he mucks the pocket 6s.
1,000.
And
right.
queens is going to re-raise. And look at how quickly Jay mucks the jacks.
I just want to see where you're at. What's your solid flop?
Can I have blue? I think. Just have one blue. 50 cents.
You got kings, right?
Oh, thank you.
No.
Okay.
Jay asked him if he had kings. He nodded his head, and then he said no. See something new every day live with Mike. Mo's got a king-queen suited in seat 4. He's going to limp in. Ouellette's going to come in with pocket 4s. Let's see if Joe throws one of those trademark raises out of the blind. He's going to. He's got a jack-10 offsuit.
40 more.
Denny, he's going to raise the 40 more. You know, the problem with that is it just opens everything up to a re-raise. You're not going to drive anybody out of the pot. So,
this is where you let you make her move, because everybody would fold.
Well, the only problem is that if she really had a hand, she probably would have raised from the button with limpers before that.
That's from last time. Thank you. Thank you.
That's my tip.
So we're looking at a $450 pot to the flop, 7 ways. Jack 5-10.
2 pair for C2.
Look at that, unbelievable.
And he's the original raiser.
Out of the big blind, and he's going to bet. Mo's open-ended.
C3 has a flush draw here.
He's going to bet 125. He makes another weak bet into a pretty big pot.
See if Brian calls here with a flush draw.
Pot is now about 550, 120. Is it 125 or 425?
I thought he said 125.
125 it is.
He calls.
He calls.
Mo's got the open end straight draw. He calls. Look at all these callers.
So it's $800 after Mo calls.
So,
I'm sure Ouellette's going to muck. And Gore's in there with top pair. Look at this, though. He quickly mucks with all those overcallers in between. $800 pot.
Another 10.
Turn is a 10.
Full
and
house
now
for what's his name?
Joe has filled up.
C2.
He's filled up, and everyone is drawing dead.
I wonder
And look at this. He's going to check.
Yeah,
he's going to
slow play it.
He's going to try to let people catch up here. $800 pot.
Now, when he checks, it just tells everybody, I don't have a 10.
And now Mo, it looks like action's on Mo. I don't know what Paul's doing in there with ace-5.
what do you call that?
And it gets checked around.
Well,
The river's a deuce. Nobody gets there on their draws, Denny.
no, nobody gets there.
Yep. And that's a case to be made why why wouldn't Joe bet the turn? He probably would have got some callers, and now he's not going to make any money.
Yeah, but he doesn't have the luxury we do, you know.
No.
He was trying for a check raise, and
Well, that's a good point, because, he could have raised with any 2 cards and maybe just made a continuation bet on the flop and shut down, but no one fell for it. It's an $800 pot. Now he's trying to bet to see if anyone can call. He's going to bet about the size of the pot now. Uh-oh, and Mo's going to muck.
come on, get him in the muck. Let's get the next
I don't
hand.
know if he's thinking about it.
Oh,
He
come
has a
on, he
pair.
can't call.
Well, think of what happened on the hand. Bet the flop, check the turn. Could he be betting here with just ace high? I've got ace 5. $1,600 pot, $800 for Paul to call. No, he's going to muck.
If I did, I'd call.
Yeah, he's going to muck with the 10.
That's why I said you have another 10.
I think you missed your flush.
He had pocket 6 or 7.
Who? Him? Either that or Mr. Flush.
I definitely had.
I'm gonna watch it. I'll make sure that I read you right. I'm gonna watch it tomorrow morning.
He's going to watch it. He's must have a subscription to our archives, $14.95 a month. Watch all the past shows that you'd like to, over and over and over again.
He got a life.
I watched once.
Seven-way action here. It's been limped around.
Somebody was
Queen 10, 6.
It looks like Jay has the best hand here in seat 8.
100.
Gore's going to bet. Oh, excuse me, Gore does. Gore's got the best hand with king queen. He's going to bet 100 from the button.
Roulette got pocket fours again. She's having 3 times tonight. She can't hit a set.
And the thing is, Denny, you know, if you just play so straightforward, if she hits a set, do you really think she's going to get any action? If she check-raised Gore here, let's say she had a set of fours, well, she wouldn't even have check-raised Gore. But, you know, if she showed any strength on that, I'm sure Gore would have mucked the king-queen like it was nothing. And you just don't get paid off when you're so tight, you know?
You could refer to her as a tourist trap, meaning she probably does well against players who don't know how she plays.
I've never heard that one, but we can use it.
You know, I played some Hold'em in Vegas years ago. Once I was at the game, and I was just sitting there enjoying myself, listening to all the locals talk about how bad California players played. Meanwhile, I'm raking in chips, just kind of.
You got first shot.
Look at this, Joe on the button. Everyone's limped. Joe has a 4-9 offsuit. All he has is 4-9 offsuit, and I thought he was going to raise.
He's just playing Hollywood.
Okay.
No, everyone's going to limp in here. Alan had an ace-queen suited, did not raise.
Have we ever had 9-way action before?
We are 9 ways. Ace 10-5. And look at this. The problem with Alan is that Alan's going to bet on the ace-queen, but seat 7
has 2 pair.
Dr. Beebe, he's got 2 pairs, and he's going to raise to 500. There's 2 spades out there.
500? Yes.
That Chipino must have tasted really good, huh?
So now what does Alan do? He has the ace with a good kicker.
Is it your card or is the food?
Yeah, when you get it, you're going to be doing the same thing.
Now, Dr. Beebe, he's eating the Cipino,
Aliotos makes it really good.
an Italian fish stew.
Yeah, you've been to.
Great Cipino.
Wow.
So we're at ace 5 against ace queen here. It's a $500 raise by Dr. Beebe.
Close. Where's that near?
California, the financial district.
I don't like that.
Well, Alan's saying
I have so many
aces,
places
ace
there, I
10.
don't remember, but I have quite a few.
Well, the trolley car goes down California Street. It's a little grill with all male waiters and the old New York style.
And Alan's going to muck, and rightly so.
Is it on the corner?
Beebe takes it down.
No, it's at the little block.
Oh, no.
Classic. Are you good?
Blinds up, please.
Maybe ace 5.
No, I don't think ace 5.
No, ace 5. Ace 5.
He wouldn't do 5.
Flush draw. I think he would. I think that's what he does.
Flush draw, yeah.
Quark and Cover is asking about you let's game.
I think it's Y.
I was going to point that out. People are having problems with the spelling. It's actually with a Y. That's it's YOULET.
There you go.
Yeah. And he says, can a rock like Ouellette show a consistent profit in these large no-limit games? And in my opinion, I would say no. And I've had Mo on the show before, and he says the same thing. You cannot play just straightforward in this game.
Well, then she has an awful large bankroll.
Well, the only thing is she's probably not losing much in each session.
6 players.
6-way action. Look at this. Alan again just limped in with pocket 9s.
Ace Jack 3, 2 hearts.
C2 is in the hand. I believe he was the raiser, and we can't see what he has.
I don't know how big is your diamond, but check.
Gets checked around. The turn is a 4 of hearts.
$75.
Joe has 8-9. And it looks like seat 5 bet out here on the 4. And Alan's going to call with pocket 9s. He has the best hand. Joe's got an 8-9 offsuit. He's going to muck. No mucks. So seat 5 is in trouble.
7 on the river.
And that's a good card for Alan if he thinks he has the best hand.
200.
Paul's going to bet 200 here.
You like that?
You bet better, all right? Well, Paris. Thank you.
Wow, well, the aggression in seat 5 gets in the pot.
Oh, he got Allen to believe he had a flush.
Or a jack or an ace, too. Whatever.
What's the cheeseburger? You don't like that?
What's that?
No.
Thank you. Somebody's going to bet.
I have an advantage.
Oh, yeah? And what's the advantage? They say?
Pocket kings for Mo on the button. And boy, Joe's got a
55.
real problem with showing his cards in seat 2.
This is a good concept.
Mo's going to get called in 2 spots.
You know? And you should draw the big ego players in the game.
7, 8, 8.
You should be able to bring some hitters if you do it right.
Just show your garbage to the camera, man. Come on, check it.
They said, show your garbage to the camera, would you?
Joe's got 4-7. So he's picked up a pair. And Mo's going to bet 75. Oh, Joe doesn't get tricky with it. Mo's going to take it down.
Oh, you know what? I'm not even paying attention. I need 3. I forgot. Yeah, I'm not even looking at the flop. I forgot. I don't know. I just remember.
It did not.
Tom Domain said the over-under on how many times you and I would say, look at that or look at this, is set at 200. I'll take that bet. I'll take the unders for 200. You can send my money.
Tom, if you want to go halvesies with me, just email me at live@thebike.com and say, look at that a couple more times.
You can send my check to the Bicycle Casino. No, money order. I don't want a check.
I know. Thank you. No problem.
You know, the other thing I want to throw out there, Denny, and I won't give my own personal opinion on it, is what do you viewers think is more exciting, cash games or some of the shootouts that we've been doing recently?
The bombshell models.
On that, too.
Raise to 55. Total.
Joe's raised here to 55 with Queen Jack suited.
Hey, you want to throw 300, let them run?
We got Tim, the window washer, coming around the table cleaning the lenses there.
Seat 5's got a suited ace. He's going to call.
And they're black.
And Jay's got ace jack off suit. Looking at about $180 pot. 7, 8, 10.
Check.
2 hearts.
You
Bet
guys
100.
sucks.
Joe's going to bet 100. He's got the top end of a gut shot.
Go ahead, man. I'm not feeling it.
5?
Well, you show me one, go ahead. Show me one, I might call you.
Stop 8, 8 or 6, 6.
Go ahead. That's it?
And he shows Queen Jack.
9 is coming, man.
9's coming, I get barbecue.
Denny, this is going to be our last hand before their table talk portion of the show. I'm going to be joined in here for the remaining hour and a half by Scott Groves. It's been a pleasure, as always.
Sure, kick me out. Go ahead. See if I care. Oh, I can go eat. Never mind. It's always a pleasure.
You have to change it. It's pretty yellow.
Well, we're going to be seeing some more of you as
Right?
I'm going to be out of the booth for the next 2 weeks, starting on Sunday. As
No,
I
don't go.
go to Maui and then off to do the convention in
Couldn't
Vegas.
you, like, phone in or something? You know, do a live feed?
Possibly. We'll do one more hand.
Yeah,
Just 'cause that one got-
one's a little boring.
Yeah.
What I have?
Look at the camera, man.
Watch the show. I didn't look at my hand.
Never been to Hawaii before.
Jack.
Always
Neither
wanted
have I,
to
and
go.
my sister lives over there. Can you believe that?
You must not like your sister that
No,
much,
I
huh?
do. I love my sister very much. I just
Haven't gotten a chance, huh?
I haven't been over there.
You're not afraid of flying or anything crazy
No.
like that, are you?
Frequent flyer.
Alan limps in here with 7, 10 of spades. Jay's going to come in on the button with a
Jack,
5,
we'll
6
play.
offsuit. Blinds are in. four-way action, $80 pot. And a queen 9-4, 2 hearts.
Check.
Doesn't look like anyone has any part of this.
75.
Jay's going to make a position bet here. And he's going to take it down. So that's going to do it for us for this portion of the show. We're going to turn the announcing mic down and turn the atmosphere mic up. Please enjoy today's portion of Table Talk.
Good night, everybody.
You, me,
I had 2 8s.
if you're a good player, twice in a row.
Twice
But I got dealt in.
And they're both black.
What's that?
Both black. 1600.
1600.
You don't need it, don't worry.
60.
I see you.
Thanks a lot.
Something.
2 hands in a row.
See, if you lose, you get dealt in, then they take money from
I'm sure they wouldn't mind taking it from me.
Yeah.
Everybody hit and I'm down stuck.
Oh, my hand will be out to you first, man.
There comes my dealer. He's gonna do a good price for you.
Come to dealer to what? Send you home?
One way or the other.
125.
I haven't won a pocket, so give me a card.
Just one. Just one big one from me.
Big one.
Yeah, big one.
Thanks.
Raise 3 more hundreds. 425 10.
I haven't seen Jonathan. Yeah, nightmare. Yeah.
Call 3 more.
How much more?
2 player now.
Just clean it.
No, he never cleaned it.
700. Check. First 7.
Queen.
Big club.
Big flop, man.
Thank you.
Big card for 1 pair.
He had a flush draw.
He was dry.
I put him on the exact hand, but I thought he missed the flush and made it straight.
Yeah, that could have happened also.
Hey, dealer. Dealer. Nice.
He bets 1,000. What are you gonna do?
On the call.
You just said he thought he made it straight.
Oh, he was stuck.
He's still gonna call.
Call him to donate.
Yo, he thought he made it straight, but he's gonna call.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying.
He moves all in his hole. He moves all in his hole.
I picked my battle.
But you don't know what he has got. Maybe he's got pocket twins and he's gonna call.
No, I've been here. Yeah, I think
I think he's got top pair. But I'm not worried about that. I'm drawing to something else.
Alright, he's
It's not you. Was the
I want to do that too. I want to use that too. That's community.
From him, posting money. 10 more to you. 10 more. It's not your money. Oh, yeah. You gonna do that too? How does it raise?
That's how I'm gonna say hi to you. No. Like this. I think you're gonna get a promotion.
raise came from
You're gonna be like a head of.
the raise came from him.
Head of security. Get out of here. Get out of here. Sheriff. Yeah. Next thing you know, you're running for sheriff. I'll vote for you, shit. It will stop every crime.
That's right.
People won't even run red lights anymore if they know Tim's the town. No California rules on stop signs, nothing. Go back to the third light.
Watch out. I can imagine. What does that mean when you say watch out?
Be careful, don't bet too much.
Depends on that kicker. It's not great, but it's not bad.
I understand.
If one of you flop 3 of them, I'm gonna rat on the floor, man. No side bet.
On the kicker, huh? Go ahead.
150.
9 that closes the kicker, huh?
How many tables done? 1 hour. Oh, halfway.
Have fun.
Okay.
Showdown.
King high. Okay.
King high what? Club?
Oh, I what? Wash or what?
Oh, shit.
What happened? These 5 takes the money?
I lost.
I had you beat, man.
Good bet.
Yeah, me beat?
Barely.
You didn't have him beat, does I say?
No.
You're welcome.
No, I wouldn't have called anyway. I got a pair of 10s.
Thank you.
I got 7,000 on the table, man. Come on. And I'm giving it away.
Yeah.
I'm giving it away. 100 at a time. Well, if you come, I'll be good. 5 at a time. I got it.
Call.
Deal, you have no rules. You get no money or you get money.
Right.
You don't need to pay.
No. 2 you get 100. 3 you get 100, okay?
You change your mind.
Well, just give me 2 things straight right now.
Yeah, right.
$25 is the bet.
Jay, who you taking, Hopkins or Taylor?
I like the underdog, Taylor.
What's the line?
Hey, show straight. Right? I know you got some kind of straight, man.
You got one right.
Hey, what's the line?
I'm not even sure. 250? Hopkins? I'm betting Taylor, man. Who are you like?
Are you a bookie? Don't bet Taylor, man. Are you a bookie?
Why are you taking action? I'll take Taylor.
Hey, I'll take it.
I'm the biggest bookie in California.
Don't take Taylor, man.
Really? Yeah, I heard that one.
Don't take Taylor, man.
No, he said you're
Or
booking.
if you're gonna
Yeah,
take Taylor, go easy.
Really?
You're betting against the best pound for pound fighter in the world, man.
He's 41, man.
20 defenses
80.
in a row.
What is it?
He hasn't fought anybody.
What do you mean he hasn't fought anybody?
Trinidad sucks.
What do you mean he hasn't fought anybody, man? He's fought everybody. His only loss is
Right, other than De La Hoya, who moved up, who's next?
Oh, come on, man.
Yeah, name one guy.
Everybody. Name one guy that he hasn't beaten.
Yeah, but he's fought nobody's.
His only loss is to Roy Jones, man. And nobody would fight him. Your Antonio Tarver guy won't even get close to him, man.
I love Tarver.
He won't even get close to taking that top. Everybody's been ducking him.
The bet is 200.
I'll take it, man.
Yeah, I want to see Winky Wright versus Tarver.
It's gonna be a good fight. I'll take Tarver, man.
Hey, is that chick really Tony's sister? No.
Oh.
Yes. Really?
This one, right?
The one that the host, yeah. It's really
She's prop.
yeah, the prop. Really? Yeah.
Yes, another sister.
They left nothing around.
Yes, another sister. She's prop in Hawaii.
The whole family, huh?
Yeah, the whole family. It's good. No.
Big line, dog.
You came out so quick, man. Brother is playing much better than me.
Alan?
Is that finished? One is playing much better than me.
Beat this guy for about 800 the first call, and I'm going to focus the minutes. It's on you, buddy. Were you playing before this?
No, that's Thursday.
What's Thursday? That's a 3 to 5.
Say something to me, and I just
I don't know why.
Because you look cool. It is cool.
No, you gotta put the
Check. 60. The bet is 60. Excuse me.
Which one's Tony's sister?
Wow.
Which one? Or which one?
The cute prop player, man.
Prop?
Yeah, she played the limit prop.
Oh, the short girl?
The one with the ponytail today?
She's still here?
Yeah. I'll show it to you.
She's still here?
She's too cute to be Tony's sister, man. I don't know.
Where? Let me see.
I'll show you. I'll show you.
She's there right now?
She just walked out.
Oh, she left?
She's gonna come back.
She may not come back. She's good looking. Really? Yes, 8 o'clock.
I asked him, he said, no, he didn't know that.
You need a massage or something?
When you said that, I can see the resemblance.
Yeah.
Yeah, you realize that Tony took after the other side.
No, he's good looking.
Tony?
They're better than you.
One more fucking. Everybody's very looking. What are you talking about?
You got deuces?
I like his style.
I look like a wild
I
man.
like his style much better than Tony's.
I don't like the way you said that, man. It's a lot of money? This or that? I was going to raise you, said that.
How does it raise? 75, raise 150 more.
151?
Yes. $375 is the bet.
You're supposed to have a white cane.
White cane?
Not out of a flush draw. I had you on pocket nines, man.
You put him on a pocket 9?
That's what I had him on.
What do you have? Pocket 7s?
Pocket 7's a set.
I know. That's what I'm saying. Pocket 7, you're here to turn.
Thank you. Live throttle?
Tell me, I'll tell you.
I just called him when
I don't want to tell you. I did not have a flush draw. I had you on a pocket 8 for 9.
All of a sudden, the last card comes up. Last card comes up.
Ace 2?
Oh.
They bet. Guy makes a full house. Oh. Here. How much?
40, is it? 40? Hold on. I didn't even see it. You raised? This is straddle?
Full house.
This is straddle?
Oh, he had full house. Then you go.
Yeah, full house. Push on. This guy called. This guy called.
I mean, yes, full house. Hey, my threes. That's my threes, man. Hey, my threes. Hang on. I'm first. That's my threes. I'm first. I'm first.
You haven't checked yet.
I'm betting.
They bet. There's a big lot of side action.
I don't want to check raise you. I want to bet. That's my threes, though.
He lost, obviously.
Hey, C5. Mo, you in?
I don't play.
Oh, yeah, you're right. It's your turn. You don't think that guy?
Keep chopping out of it. You're going to bet 50.
I'll show you one card.
Don't show card.
$450 is the bet.
This is much better than he says all in.
How much?
Like 1,500. I can make an action, but more than 15.
4, 6.
1750.
1750 more?
Who's card? Show the card, please. Thank you.
Says you still need to turn the half second.
Oh, okay. All right, 1 second. It's the first hand I've seen over a pair tonight, man.
But what do they say on there? What do
I
they
think I'm
say?
gonna muck
They
this.
say they couldn't see the
Is
card.
there a commentator on there?
Yeah, of course.
There is? Does he know the names of the people?
Yeah.
He does?
Yeah, he's been analyzing your game. He's been saying how dumb you are.
Really? How nice. I'm looking forward to that.
I got a 3.
Huh?
Show me a bust.
What do you have? Tell me what you have. What do you have?
You got a bust?
Come here. No, you can't come here.
Yeah.
You come here. Maybe they're gonna say.
Good play, man.
All comes in action ball game.
Okay, right.
I got a 3.
Action ball.
I got a 3. I got a 3, man. I'm telling you, I didn't like that card. I didn't like that card, but good play.
They changed my name. They called me more money, but they changed my name.
Actually.
No, I slow down.
Is that all the time because I showed you all those hands?
Good.
I back off.
So now you're finally going to do that?
No bluff there.
I like that. Hey, send me my 200, man.
Why 200?
I got 3s.
Separate. It's not same color.
No, you get 100.
Nobody paid me.
Okay, 600.
Who else is in?
This one was out.
No, he wasn't. He wasn't.
No,
he got
he
dealt in.
wasn't dealt in.
He wasn't dealt in? Okay.
He was that in? No, he
Oh
wasn't.
man, he's out. He's out.
Yeah.
Sick.
You dominated him, man.
He's drawing
He
dead.
doesn't have three. Doesn't have three. I had you all the way.
Dead to two
Hey,
cards.
at least you made money on the.
I had you
You know,
all
you
the
play
way.
blackjack. How you put that side bet for the same suit. What's that called?
I had you all the way.
Do that
I don't
royal-
have three.
Show the
Royal
cards
match.
and options.
I had a royal match.
No spade, you
First
still
hand
do
I went
that?
to sit down. Okay, yeah,
nothing,
only 10 to
Habibi.
1.
I know.
No, I'm saying no spade, you still do that,
It's
right?
like 30 to 1.
That's sick, man. You're gonna be just throwing away
You
money.
had nothing.
Nothing doesn't pay any.
You always think I have nothing, but no spade, you're gonna do that, and you would have been drawing dead.
How much?
30 more.
You had nothing.
I shouldn't even call. Here, let me use some of that total.
You got lucky. You got 3
Here, I shouldn't do that.
If I wasn't able to manage to the rest
Yeah, you're right. You're in.
Jay, send me something. Bucket threes. Bucket threes.
What do you mean? You gotta send me 1 and 1. He's out too. I win 200.
But if I was in, it wouldn't have happened.
I win 200, threw the best hand away, and lost 700.
2 days. 2 days. 2 days.
You did.
How did you only 2? There's. Oh, okay. I raised somebody raised.
Show the cards. Show.
I just wait, man. It's about time you did that to me.
65. 65 is the bet.
You had nothing.
You always think I have nothing, man. I already know you know that.
You have nothing most of the time.
Well, yeah, he had a better hand, man.
No,
You have
thought he
nothing
had the
most
best
of the
hand.
time.
That's not bad.
You didn't have me on a flush draw? It's unbelievable you do that, man.
I put you on bluff.
It's behind the button, so take the blind back.
I've never seen Jason bluff.
Even Jason laughs about that.
It's funny, man.
It is.
What?
It is funny.
Because you say it so serious. That's what's funny.
Is there anybody believe that word?
Jason never.
Yeah, you
bluffs.
wouldn't have made those 3 threes if he was here.
Right, I understand.
Oh, you did all right.
But I lost 500 total, so I'd rather he was here.
I guess you're right.
And then
Well, you didn't
then-
lose the 500. You lost the 4,000.
exactly. And then I give my buddy here satisfaction. Now he's gonna be.
Because it's you, I don't know.
He had a one more ball than you
I'm
do,
afraid
man.
you have king queen again or something.
Missing a lot of fun, Alan.
I had to.
Well, we took 100 from you. He took 100 from you.
He cannot. I'm not here. He cannot.
He has 3. He has 2 threes. He
can't do it.
has 3.
I must be dealt.
Oh, that's right. I guess you're right.
100. You make 200. I make 300. So he took 5. I don't understand. He bet with 5. He took just 1.
So maybe the system here, huh?
You think about it?
Photograph. Guy gets five.
Every time you get up, they take 100.
Go.
But why do they do it? I don't understand.
Who took on it?
500, right?
This guy took 1.
No, you can't take on it from it. What are you taking
No,
on
he's joking. He's joking. Come on.
Nobody took any money out. This camera.
Only me and him. Last time they said
He was complaining because he couldn't. But
yeah. Last time they
First time
said I was dealt, so I had to pay.
Yeah, last time you did.
First time I raised. Long time.
Damn. You on
My
tilt?
money?
Yeah, I'm on
You
top.
on tilt?
Took it, remember?
She's on tilt. She's got
Yeah.
king queen suited.
He took it. Beat me up with a queen.
I want to see the flop.
Had a bunch
I want to
of
see her hand.
When you look at the film later on, I'll beat you.
You're pocket 9?
You didn't have nice.
Come on,
You
pocket
beat me.
You
Perry's
think I
gonna
was
call
on
you.
top pair?
Any pocket raise.
I thought you were on the first shot.
Really?
But then on the river, I was scared.
Is that why you were betting that way?
The river, I thought you were.
She's on tilt. She's on tilt. She
If you're not, you baby.
River got ace queen. I couldn't even be ace queen.
You got king queen, right?
Yeah.
You have me beat.
You called me so quick, I got scared.
Here, I'll do this. I was gonna get changed.
What is the race?
Why? Why?
95.
Nice, bro. Well done.
75.
I showed it to her.
Come on, Mr. Miyagi, don't slow up the game.
Better well.
I can tell from your face you're not going to call, you're just waiting for nothing.
You want to see my hand?
Yeah.
You can take a look at it.
Then call with it, quickly.
How much?
It's too risky to call, but I don't want to back it.
175.
Is it straight out there?
No.
There's a lot of
Because you give me a bad.
I'm bluffing on you.
You call the big raise. I like you already beat. Call the big raise.
All in.
Pair fives.
How many cover you got?
200 only.
275.
No, he always plays it.
We're back to friends.
Yeah.
I raised it to 100. It was just pair fives. I call you. Thought I had nothing.
That is all in. Put in it.
What's your rack? My bluff and show. Nothing. That's what you got.
It's not much nicer. 2,500.
I want to call this.
26, 29. This is mine. Yours?
2960.
I hope you have kings.
2960. 2965.
Hey, show 5-9 off suited. That's 9.
29.
65.
65.
He covered.
Maybe I should just do this just to make people excited on the way. What do you think?
Just for the
Yeah, why
camera?
not?
For the camera. Maybe
Just for the camera.
Should I do it? Just for the camera?
Show bluff, Joe. Show bluff. Come on.
Stop bluffing.
Nice.
That's it?
Guys,
I just want to see one card.
Nice.
You weren't going to get another 10.
short here, but
This guy's sick.
That's unbelievable.
Whoever calls him is dead.
I've got Jack 10 suited. 8 spades. I have Jack 10
You have a
suited.
house. You have a house.
Jack 10 suited.
I know. You have a house. All your cards are jack.
I hope and pray that you do that again.
I guarantee 10's not going to show up.
Ken's not showing up.
Because I'm not one.
You should have said something.
Live
No, I'm going to kill his hand.
Explaining it.
That's what I would have said. Explanation.
You went in on a pair of 10s like that? That's insane. That's a good move.
Live at the bike, at the bicycle casino.
That's it, bro.
That's what we do here, man.
125.
Look at that guy. You have a 9 deuce and then a
Raise
125.
125.
Check out the
I call.
$7,000 plus. Hold on. It's not your turn.
Time.
I'm pissed. I should have won that hand.
Oh, you got pissed
Jack was coming on. Don't you know that?
Well, he's the 10's of death. He's 10's of death.
All right, 2 players.
So you're the only
I love Jack 10 suited. For me, it's great, straight, everything. It's in the middle.
Actually, it wasn't bad.
Just me and him.
That's it.
Take
Raise
100
by
stand.
250.
250 more. Up to you. Check.
I'm all in.
Too bad, Jay. What a show, Mo. What a show. I gotta jump in here.
All in.
I know.
And we are back, and I am joined for the last portion of the show by Scott Groves. How you doing tonight, Scott?
Pretty good. How goes it?
All right. Looks like we've got some action really brewing here. Joe's really gambling up there in seat 2. I saw some hands. Bluffed Jay out of trips.
I've done that before.
The big bluff.
Yeah, I've played with Jay before, and normally he's not the type of player that you want to take a lot of shots with the bluff and the big moves, because normally if he's got a solid hand, he'll call you down.
That's a sign.
Or you were just mad because of...
A lot of the 1,000 regulars, Mo, Ulet.
Okay. Should I say? Should I say it? Should I say it? I can tell you're raising my blind. Remember.
It's like Jay is raised here out of seat 8. Wow, he's got Jack 3 off suit. Mo's going to call on the button with pocket 3s, and Paul there's got ace queen in the small blind, seat 5.
Okay, no. I have 8.
Oh my goodness, look at that, the case 3. Wow.
Good call.
And Mo.
And unfortunately, not a whole lot left on the board to...
And look at that, Mo checks right behind everyone. He says check like it's nothing. A deuce comes on the turn.
I think Jay's going to definitely go for a bluff move here, pretty much his style.
He's going to bet 225 here. Mo was Mo was looking disinterested as he flopped his set. And he's going to raise.
And a real damaging card here would be a jack on the river.
It's not enough.
Looks like it was a $500 total for Mo. So it looks like he's putting almost the minimum raise in.
Take it, right? I raise and I want to take it. Why you hold? I mean, why you raising?
Luckily for Jay, he doesn't have a big hand here.
And little does he know he's drawn dead. But I think he might have given away too much information. Mo made the minimum raise when Jay told him to. And now I think it's going to suck Jay in. Knowing the player Jay is, I think he's either going to fold or go back over the top here. I don't think he's going to smooth call with his bottom or low pair.
Pot is laying about 725 on this street. Somewhere a little under 1,000. And it's another 250 for Jay to call.
And what Jay's thinking, I think, is that he raised under the gun. He knows Mo's got to have a big hand.
Look at this. Jay's going to make it 900 more, I think he said, and boy, is he in trouble. I mean, now Mo is probably most likely going to either move all in or put another big re-raise in, unless he thinks that Jay might have checked a higher set, like pocket 9s or pocket 5s. Mo's got a set. I think he said 900 more. So with a 250 call, that's about $1,200. So it's a $2,100 pot, 900 for Mo to call.
What you got, king 4?
Mo's trying to disguise his hand by talking about the big draw that he has. He's obviously going to call here. I'm just wondering if he's going to call and try to set him up for the big move on the turn.
Oh, it was only 400 more, so that's going to make the pot like 1,600. The river's a spade. Boy, that's a dangerous card for both players.
And I don't think Mo gets any more action here.
Unless Jay bets big here. Jay's going to bet, it looks like
300, maybe 400. Yeah, it looks like
no, it's just 100.
Just 100.
It's 100. It's a blocker bet again. I mean, the pot is $1,500.
And Jay's a pretty sneaky player. Mo knows that those little pro bets can be either a setup for a big re-raise all in if Mo moves here, or it's a genius defensive bet. One of the two.
Well, in this case, like I said, it's most likely a stop bet. He's making a
draw, right?
He's making a bet
you might have to call, right?
that he wants to call, but I mean, obviously Mo is going to call at least.
Do what he did. 9-5.
The question is Mo thinking that can I extract any more here?
That's the sickest move I've ever seen you make, Jay.
Because I want to call.
He's actually thinking about it.
But you raise, I don't know. You call in, I don't know.
If you raise your call?
It depends how much. Look, you raised only 300 last time.
Okay, if I raise your...
And here goes Mo with the raise.
And look at this. Yeah, he's not
You're
gonna.
asking me?
I'm asking you.
It depends how you do it.
Oh, he's asking.
He lost his face.
And I think Jay might make a call here only because I believe he puts Mo on 2 high cards.
No, I'm going to show you.
All right, go ahead.
What is he gonna do?
How much we have here? Hold on, just
It's a lot of posturing by Mo when he's pretty damn sure he's got the best hand.
about 2.
I think it's about a $1,700 pot.
Do it.
I'm not going to do it.
No, he's just gonna call. So the block bet works, but Mo has the best hand. Set at 3, so he's gonna take it down.
No raise?
No raise. You said 2,000, right? I raised 800. You're not going to call. Why should I gamble here?
Mo takes down a pretty big pot, about an $1,800 pot.
This is what I like about watching the higher limit games. You watch the 100 or the 200 no limit, the money just gets pushed in the middle as quick as possible. A little bit more posturing and not so much acting, but just a little bit more attempt to extract money in these type of big games.
Like you said, it was just a question of Mo. He was just trying to figure out if he's going to call or raise, but if he had raised, he wasn't going to get called, so he decided to call.
His concern is probably one of 2 things. Maybe Jay backs into some crazy flush draw or straight or something like that, and if he raises, he's probably only going to get called by a better hand.
Yeah, good. On the river.
Of course he's going to call. He's got a set, man.
Here I call.
Come on, man.
Joe's limped in here with
Come on,
pocket
man.
nines. Look at that.
If I say no, I'm lying. If I say no, I'm lying.
Come on, man.
Paul in
It's
seat
me.
5 is going to come in. Suited
If he
connector.
loses all his chips, he got to call. I call him.
We're going to see 5 or 6-way action here. 5-way action times 20. It's a $100 pot.
Call him too.
Look at this. Joe's flop top set. Wow.
How about your
And
left?
seat 5 has got an open-ended straight draw.
He's tell the truth.
See if Joe in seat 2 tries to get tricky. He didn't raise with the 9s.
hit and the flush hit.
He's going to bet $40 into a $100 pot. I'm sure seat 5 is going to at least call here. Open-ended. Rainbow board. He's going to call.
He's not used to calling me, man.
And with such a small bet, he might even get some people to pull off
You
the
know what? When
cards.
you were talking with Gore, I didn't think you had a hand. And I know you
Joe's
didn't have a
trifling
straight.
with
You're
some
not gonna
trouble
call,
here.
The 75 with
Ooh,
ace
the
four.
turn's an 8.
I saw
And now
God
Joe's
said-
going to continue to
and even you
push.
said, "More, it's up to you." Okay, check. I said,
And I know you didn't have ace 4.
Looks like he bet.
So he bet 225, and he's going to get
Paul's
called by
gonna
the
call.
opening straight draw.
The river's a queen. It's no good. 9s is
For a
good.
change, I'm not losing, but I'm not winning either. But I'm not losing.
And Joe going into think tank as if he missed his draw.
half an hour.
Obviously, he's not going to get called here,
For half an
but
hour, yes, I have
a little bit of a
for
sexy
1 hour, I
overbet
have half an hour, half an
might
hour.
induce a call if anybody had a pair, but unfortunately, nobody's got anything to give him any action here.
Or you're leaving half an hour.
Looks like
But he's not.
You won 2 big pots, you're leaving now?
Joe bet 1,000 there. Obviously 5-6 could not call.
I give
Pots, now you're going to hit and run?
no, call the
I have
chips.
to.
I changed my chips.
Do you like that would give me a hand?
I got nowhere to move. But I definitely go. Oh, yeah. I take it to you. I know you don't have shit.
Little do they know how strong Joe's hand was that played the 9s really
I
soft.
have a pair, I don't know.
Play it.
Beat 6-5.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sure he can. But he can't do anything.
No comment, huh?
Give me a hand.
Scott, I think we're going to be seeing a lot of you over the next 2 weeks as I am again exiting Live at the Bike for about 2 weeks to number 1 go to Maui, number 2 work the Live at the Bike booth at the World Series of Poker.
Wow, Maui then Vegas. Huh? That sounds like a rough 2 weeks.
Yeah.
I'll be here in exciting Los Angeles, sitting in traffic on the 101.
Have service.
Gore's going to straddle out of here out of seat 1.
Make my day.
You know, I mentioned before we started the broadcast, Gore used to play the 100 and 200 no limit, and just a real aggressive, over-the-top player. But it seems like since he moved up levels or moved up games, he's really tightened up his game. Plays a totally different style, which is nice to see players adjust their game and their play strategy for the game that they're in.
Well, the first couple of months, we saw him play pretty action, but the last month or so, I got to agree with you, he's really tightened up. He got called down on some big bluffs over the last month or two, so
I guess a few multi-$1,000 losing nights will force you to reconsider your game.
I still think he's an overall winning player in this game, though. And not lightly. I think he wins a lot in this game. I just think he's tightened his style up a little bit recently.
You didn't miss, right?
Diet Coke.
And now Greg comes into the box. We got a new dealer.
Keep an eye on C2, make him put his cards in the window, please.
Okay.
Yeah, he's cheating.
In the window, C2. There we go. Pot's been raised to 40.
Joe makes it 40 with a 5-3 of spades. He's going to get called by Brian in seat 3 with king 10 of spades. Mo's going to come in with queen 9 of clubs. And seat 5's in, Dr. Beebe's in, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
7 players, actually.
I haven't heard a lot from Dr. Beebe tonight. I was watching the game on the rail when I first got here, and hasn't really gotten there and mixed it up.
7 times 4, $280. 70 times 4, $280 pot. Got an ace 4-6, 3-5. He's open-ended.
3-5 makes a big flop with his open-ended, comparatively speaking to what he was looking for, I guess.
And he's going to bet, looks like 40 or 140. I can't tell if that's a white chip on top there. I guess it's just 40.
Wow.
Pot's raised to 200.
And now the button.
Raise and take it, right?
In seat 8, he's going to raise with a gut shot wheel draw. And a backdoor diamond draw. And these two have gone up head to head, so let's see what Joe does here with the 3-5. He's going to call the 200. Dr. Beebe's got top pair here with ace 9. He didn't raise.
I think it's real hard to call there, even though he does call with the best hand.
Okay, I got 3 players
I think
left.
it's real hard to call there with somebody that raised in front of you before the flop, bets out on the flop, and a raise behind you.
880. Look at this. The turn's a deuce. It's going to give Joe the straight.
He checked.
Wow.
No pushing, no abuse.
And he checks. This is definitely going to do some action with Dr. Beebe and Jay.
Dr. Beebe's going to bet 300. It's an $1,100 pot now. 300 to call. Jay's picked a pair up. The gut shot wheel draw, but he's
effectively drawing dead.
Drawing dead to a chop.
Not even a chop.
Yeah, if he caught a 3, it would. No, it wouldn't even be a chop. No, if he caught a 5, it would be a chop. 5 would chop it up. Now Beebe's going to bet 300 here. And let's see what Joe does here if he's going to check raise. It's an $1,100 pot. Look at this, Joe's come over the top.
I don't know if I really like the check raise there. You know, you showed strength before the flop, on the flop. You check raise the turn, I think Dr. Beebe's going to have an easy time getting away from here. I think if you just smooth call, considering you have the nuts, and wait for either a big bet on the river when the pot's just too big to fold, and or check raise on the river, I think I would have preferred that move.
6 1/4 more.
I think Dr. Beebe's got to lay it down here, and he probably will. But it's one of the few times I think being over aggressive plays against extracting the most money for your hand.
Pot is now $2,025. 6 1/4 more for Beebe to call. Pot's laying him about 3 to 1.
And the only thing Joe does have on his side is the fact that he's a pretty aggressive, somewhat loose, crazy player. He could be making this move with anything: a draw, ace 5, ace 6, ace 7, 8, 8.
This is my seat. He's playing almost. He doesn't have a seat.
Again, $2,025 pot, 6 1/4 for Beebe to call.
1 hour, after 1 hour, he get up and sit down.
I drew the jackpot. Long time ago.
It's all gone. Said it's all gone already.
I lost you on the golf ball.
Yeah. Guy hits it 350 yards, this guy.
And he's going to make the right lay down.
I think I would have preferred just the smooth call there and wait for the river to set it up. Can we burn the river card?
Rabbit Cam shows a 5 of hearts. And if Jay had stayed in there and BB hadn't checked, it would have been a chop. Straight to the 6 by both players.
And right now we got a chip count update brought to you by Joker Gaming. Looks like seat 1 about 6,700, seat 2 3,600, seat 3 2,700, seat 4 4,000, seat 5 1,600, seat 6 our short stack with 850, seat 7 2,600, seat 8 2,400, and seat 9 1,250. So everybody hovering right around the $2,000 range, with our high and short stack being within $1,000.
Well, Joe's, he added another grand
Put it on the window.
to that, too.
Move all that big stack and put it on the window.
In seat 2.
Pot's been
Jay's got an
raised
ace-king offsuit.
I'll take it.
to
Seat
150.
8. He's going to make it 150 to go.
What? Who did you fill in? Who did I, what? No, seriously, what do you say?
A couple people from 2+2 talking about the restricted buy-in no limit book. It's actually called Mastering No Limit Hold'em by Russell Fox.
Okay, 3 players.
Player and commentator here. Excellent book. Just finished it a couple weeks ago. Again, it's Mastering No Limit Hold'em by Russell Fox, and it's a great book pertaining to the no limit hold'em games.
$600 pot. Ace, King 10. Seat 8's flop, top 2 pairs. Queen 10's flop, bottom pair with a gut shot straight draw, both 5 and 7. It's going to get checked to Jay. And seat 8 with the Ace King. Again, it's about a $600 pot.
350.
He's going to bet 350. Look at this. Paul's going to come over the top.
And he instantly calls.
Paul did not flop it, but Jay called immediately. The turn's a deuce of spades. He's going to have to hit a jack. It's no good. Jay's going to take it down with ace king. Wow.
Wow, big pot there.
Paul's going to go broke. Jay made another about $1,000 on that, as Paul check raised him pretty much all in.
Sure.
That one?
Sure.
Thanks, Jay.
And again, I'm just going to reiterate, Jay will usually call you down if he's got any type of hand. He's a strong player. He's got good reads and a large bankroll per se. So I'm not a big fan of the huge semi-bluff overvalue on your bottom pair there by seat 5. Haven't played with Paul before, so I don't know his total style. But
It's the first hand I've seen bigger than a pair.
1,500 here.
Paul's going to rebuy for 1,500. Got a new player there in seat 4. I believe that is
The live battle here, and it's on you.
Mike. Excuse me, Mike.
seat 4, Mike's a character. I've actually played with him and his mom several times.
Wait, time. Don't do anything, Jay. The action's here.
I call.
Call? It's just a call.
Looks like Mike raised there.
Okay, we're going to raise it.
Or Mike is in the straddle
To
position, I
150.
believe. And now Jay's going to raise. He's got ace-jack offsuit.
I call. Have a nice call.
He's going to raise it up to 150.
150.
Come on in, buddy.
And Mike in seat 4 is a pretty big action player. You can see just by the amount of chips he bought into. He likes to see a lot of pots, a lot of raises. Likes to make a lot of moves, and sometimes he leaves a big winner, and sometimes it doesn't work out for him.
Come on in.
He took it.
Come on in.
Jay's going to call. He's got, Mike's going to call. He's got king 10 offsuit, not a very strong hand. And Paul's in there in seat 5 with 3-5 spades.
No, he just called the bet. He's right.
So we're looking again at about a
Okay,
$600 pot.
Okay, pot is square.
And a big flop for king 10.
Look at that, 10-5-9 on the flop.
For you is 8-7.
2 spades, but look, seat 5's got a pair and a flush
And a
draw.
spade draw. Seat 5 actually caught up, and Jay rightfully getting out of the way.
It looks like Mike bet and seat 5 called. The turn is a king. Now Mike's got top 2 pairs. Mike's going to push forward with about 300.
3 1/4.
And wow, Paul's just a call. He's played pretty much like a calling station here, Scott, all night. Pretty big flop, pretty big pot now. We're going to see a river. River's a 5. Wow, seat 5's made trip 5s. Unbelievable. And Mike's going to bet 3 1/4 here.
He's going all in
what
here,
is Paul going to
guaranteed.
do? Paul only has about 1,000. No, he's going to move all in.
He's going to move all in.
And look at this, Mike's going to call. Can't believe he's got 3 5s, and he does. And Paul's going to double up.
Oh yeah, flush draw.
He's going to make at least $1,500 on his money plus whatever Jay had in the pot, so he's going to make about $1,900. It's about a $3,000 pot.
And the funny thing is, Mike's a good player. He knew he had a 5. He absolutely 100% knew he had a 5 and still called out for the last $800.
Paul gets lucky here in seat 5.
Paul does get lucky, but as far as Mike is, that's frustration getting the best of him. He said it out loud. He knew that's what he had. Was not surprised at all when he turned over the 5, and it's a shame, but sometimes you just got to let those go.
And a quarter.
Not saying I could have, but sometimes you're supposed to.
Double. Just started.
Well, the power of a flush draw with the pairs, you can always make 2 pairs increase or trips. The more difficult thing for Mike is that he had the better 2 pairs. And you wonder what would happen if a 3 had come on the river.
Oh, here.
Tell me what do you want?
It's usually the big justification for calling big bets with your ace high flush draw, because not only do you have the flush draw, but a lot of times if you spike your ace, you're good. And a lot of people live and die by that.
A lot of people in Mike's spot would have raised there one time, either on the flop or on the turn. Flush and a pair.
At least last month he would break the table.
You mean in Paul's spot, C5?
Yeah, in Paul's spot.
This is the best I've ever seen Mike take a bad. Where's the penalty?
Look at this. Paul's come under the gun here with 10-5 suited.
I think he was in the straddle there. Mike's usually a big-time straddler.
No, Paul I think he just called under the gun here in seat 5, yep. Mike's in the big blind in seat 4.
Oh, okay, my mistake.
So we're going to see 6-way action times 20. It's a $120 pot.
With a whole lot of nothing.
7, 9, king. No one has a king.
A7 actually looking the best so far. Can't be too comfortable with it, though.
Check, check, check. And Joe's going to check his 7. Turn is 3 of hearts. It actually makes 4-6 in seat 3 double gutted here, I believe. Yep, Brian's double gutted here. Small blind.
To you. He checked. It's okay.
And now Joe's going to bet. He's going to bet 75. I wonder if Brian... Again, sometimes double guts are tough to read, Scott. Look at this, and he mucks, and you wonder... I mean, there are 2 clubs on the board, but he does have, in essence, what is an open-ended straight draw in terms of the amount of outs. Look at this. Allen's going to call with the A7, and Allen has the best hand in seat 6. The river is a queen. Allen's going to check. Again, might have been one of those times for one of those blocker bets on the end there for Allen.
I think Allen's going to call him down regardless.
No, he mucks.
Allen mucks it, wow.
And look at this. Joe shows 6-7 open, so that can't make Allen pleased there in seat 6.
Thanks, sir.
And Allen, a smart guy. Oh, well, and move on. Haven't seen Yulette play a hand yet. Pretty normal.
Well, haven't seen her play a hand the entire night. Pretty normal.
And fold around. See if we get a move in late position.
It's a gorgeous limp here in seat 1. 8 looks like a... Oh, he's got pocket 8s and he limps. Interesting. And now Brian on the button. He's going to raise with a 3-4 offsuit. Mike in seat 4 has got pocket 5s. And Mike's going to re-raise. He's going to move all in. He probably only's got about... How much does he have here? He's going to move all in with pocket 5s.
And some of you might be wondering the immense stack of chips he's got next to him. Actually, if they're boxed up, it's kind of like a bank.
And look at this. Gore's going to call. I was going to say, the only thing about Gore is that he's got Brian behind him, who was the raiser on the button.
375.
Pocket 8's way out in front.
80. Well, now that you're not in, I can do that.
And you got to think Gore was just planning.
Surprised Gore didn't re-raise there because, again, he's got Brian on the button. He's probably just going to see what happens with Brian. Now, Brian was on a steel raise, so Brian's smart. No, Gore is going to re-raise, it looks like. There we go. That makes more sense.
I owe you a quarter.
Looks like he re-raised. Well, another...
I think 3 1/4, 375, somewhere right around there. I think double what Mike was all in for.
So Mike might have only been all in for about 3, almost 400. And Gore raises double again, like you said, to another 400.
And not like C3 was going to call at all with his 3-4.
Oh, I'm hearing that Gore just called the 375. Okay. Well, anyways, we're all in. 8s against pocket 5s here. King 9 deuce. The turn is an ace. And the river's an ace. And Gore probably doesn't think his hand's good, but it is good. Mike's going to go down to Feld here.
And time to take out the bank.
Thank you. Would you mark ace king? Oh, no ace king, bro. I'll be right back. I'll beat your boy.
Lock the seat up. Mike says he's going to be back.
Okay, I got a small on the button and 2 big blinds.
Again, Gore was kind of in a spot there where he had limped in with 8s. Button had raised. Brian hasn't been playing a lot of hands, so I guess he just called. Wanted to see what Brian was going to do.
I think he wanted to give himself an out. If Brian comes over the top for another 1,000 or 2,000, he knows his 8s are no good.
2 big blinds are here.
It's one of the situations where I like the limp smooth call, because if Brian's a pretty tight, aggressive player, strong player, and if he comes way over the top for another $1,000, Gore knows his hand's no good. Good play, Gore.
Ace king.
And Yulette trying to make a hand out of 4. Still can't find what she likes.
6 cards. All day.
Brian's got the same hand. He's got 3-4 offsuit. He's going to limp.
All day today.
4 players.
4-way action. It's been limped around. Queen 6 jack. Looks like Alan's flop top pair is going to bet it out of seat 6. $75. Queen 8.
I like playing with Brian. He's a pretty straightforward player. You know, he's looking for a top pair, a big draw, and he's going to bet it.
Well, that's Alan there in seat 6.
Oh, my mistake, Alan. Played with Alan last night in the tournament.
Wow, Paul's going to check call here with ace-6 with bottom pair. Turn is a king. Wow, check, check.
Brings a few more outs for seat 5.
No, you know what? I think Alan checked, and the button bet, and Alan mucked. Wow, interesting.
That was a strange sequence of events there.
It was.
Okay, small on the button, small and a big blind. Small Alan? You said you tell us.
Oh, yeah, you did, but after the fight, you did.
Hey, what happened? He left.
No, he's coming, but takes maybe time.
Pocket 7's there for Paul in the cutoff.
And my mistake, the money under the tray was actually Moe's. I thought that was Mike's reserves. Apparently that's Moe's reserves.
Usually that's going to be somebody else's if there's one of those cubes over the
my mistake.
Over the chips. No.
Correct me next time I say something dumb, Bart.
Paul just limped in with 7s from the cutoff. Ace-4 king. And it's going to get checked around.
Did you check, Alan?
BB's got the king there. Now let's see if he bets. Well, it's a 3rd diamond.
Probably going to make Jack Queen stick around.
BB's going to check. Jay checks. He's got the 2nd nut flush draw and a gut shot draw. Checked around. The river's an ace. And BB's still good here, and now he's going to bet on his king.
75.
He's going to bet 75. And look at this. Paul's going to call. And that means that Alan...
Okay, fellas. Under the table.
Alan wasn't going to call there with Jack 6. And BB's going to take it down.
And that's the problem with medium pairs. You know, if you're not going to raise before the flop, I don't really think you can make any calls after the flop with 2 over cards and 6-way action. So I prefer either an aggressive style before the flop, or just smooth call, hoping to hit your set, or all undercards and then go from there. But the smooth call, check call, not a big fan of that with middle pairs.
Yeah, Paul's played pretty passively all night. Seat 5.
Can you come in?
And it looks like we lost Ulette in seat 9, wasn't catching any hands, and guess she decided to move on to greener pastures.
Brian in seat 3 limps in there with the queen jack suited. Family pot.
Okay, 6 players.
Seat 5's got a 7-8 offsuit. 8, 9, 10, 10. Seat 6 has got a 9.
Seat 3 with the open-ended.
And Paul in seat 5's got open-ended.
Always scary with your open-ended, even with any other backdoor draws like a flush. It's just so hard to stick around when there's a pair on the board.
Look at this, though. Gore is going to make a stone cold bluff. He bets in with deuce 7 of diamonds. See what happens. Now it's up to Brian there with the top end of an open-ended straight draw. He's going to call. Sure, Paul's going to come in there with the open-ended.
Call.
Alan's going to call with what is the best hand right now with 8-9. And we got 4-way action.
Too many
A
tables
lot
out.
of draws.
It's about a $350 pot, and ace comes on the turn.
Ace comes, which has got to scare everybody, but ironically, nobody's got an ace.
Now Gore shuts down, it looks like, at seat 1. Jack Queen's going to check. Seat 5 checks, and Alan checks. We're going to see a free card. And the river is a king. That's going to do it for Brian. He's got the Jack Queen straight to the king in seat 3.
Got the 9.
And does Brian check?
Jack Queen right there.
He's checked it. I don't know if he was trying to get somebody to bet there, but that was a little strange.
Either
I don't
to
know
bet
why
it
you
or-
wouldn't put money in the pot there.
With Gore checking to you and 2 people back behind you, there's a lot of coordination there for a full house. Maybe you should have put in some type of bet, but if he wasn't setting them up for the check raise, I don't necessarily hate that check.
Does Gore have a cane there in seat 1?
Yeah, he broke his ankle or messed up his ankle pretty bad. I almost kicked it out from underneath him as he was limping in. Literally.
Porter.
There it is.
He thought someone might have.
Gore already knows it. There's a Jack Queen out there.
Now Mo's putting the cube back over his chips, and Mike's probably coming back for more.
Mike went to reload Players Bank, and here he comes. Action Jackson.
Whatever, man.
40?
BB's going to come in for a raise. He's got pocket aces in seat 7. Wow. There you go.
Not a whole lot out there to play with him. Maybe Jack 10 sees a flop, but
Well, he only doubled the big blind.
It's 30 to call. 30. 40 over here, 30 to call.
King Deuce is going to come in. Jack 10 of diamonds is going to come in. $120 pot to the flop.
We had the same hand that time. I don't know when it busted me open.
Wow, 4 Jack King. King hits top pair. Jack hits second pair. BB's got over pair.
with a couple backdoor draws, so I think we might see some action here on this flop. Almost positive Jack 10, the calling station is calling.
Yep, the calling station calls 80. Let's see if BB raises it up here with his overpair. No, he's just going to call. I was afraid he might feel a little weak on this hand.
Really didn't like
Pot
the
is
smooth call there.
$360. The turn is a 4. That's a great card for aces, but it brings a 3 flush to the board, because if BB was afraid of 2 pairs,
Quad 4s on the floor.
now the 2 pairs is counterfeited and he's in the lead. So let's see if BB makes a move here. 360 in the pot.
I think Jack 10 might still call here.
Joe's going to bet 160, so now the pot's 520. 160 to call.
If I'm BB, I have to make our move here. A good 7. No, just smooth calls.
160.
Where's my seat?
So it's about a $900 pot here. BB's played this very, very conservatively. See what the river brings. He's going to have to dodge some cards. The river's an 8. BB's good here. BB's good with aces up.
You know, I really would have
Seat
preferred
7.
the raise on the turn there. You got somebody that's got top pair and a weak flush draw, and you got somebody calling stations in the middle.
It's a $900 pot, and now Joe checks. Seat 5's going to check.
See how much BB can extract here.
500.
And now BB bets 500. So it's a $1,300 pot, 500 to call. I was expecting BB actually to check that one down, but I guess he figures that his 2 pairs are good. And that's probably a pretty good bet there on the end. It's a value bet.
And with the jack out there, there's a good chance he's going to get called by the king, only because he's only beat really by ace king or king queen as far as he's concerned, because the jack plays as the kicker. So that board pairing 4s might actually help induce a call here by c2.
Thinking that he's going to call with the chop. But I think Joe's going to lay this one down. He is going to lay it down. Let's see if Paul lays it down, seat 5.
I respect you.
Yeah, he's going to lay it down. And BB played that hand very, very dangerously. And he shows the aces, which, again, we've been saying we don't necessarily like him showing a lot of those cards, especially the way that he played that hand.
And, you know, if he... I don't know.
Thank you, Robert.
I'm a little confused with that hand, but he scoops the pot, so more power to him.
Gary, new players coming into seat 9.
Jump in the blind now? I see that.
Gary's a player I've always had trouble with. He's usually pretty good for the game. Then sometimes he'll tighten up, but he's a gambler. And I'm pretty sure he does this full time, so sometimes I wonder, though, about some of the moves he makes.
I agree. Real high variance player, but like you said, he does this full time, and he seems to be back, so he must be a winning player overall, or a trust fund baby. I don't know anything about that.
And I'm on tilt. Put him on ace queen or something.
BB, look at this. Gary's going to come in for a raise right away. Gary's going to have to show his cards in seat 9. BB's limped in with king 8 offsuit in seat 7.
Taking my seat. Chevy King,
Gary's got ace queen offsuit, so he's raised here from the cutoff. Made it 120.
100, Robert.
And Mike is going to call with pocket 7.
He's got 7 coming.
So Gary's 700 behind here. So we're going to look at about a $280 pot to the flop.
Big time raise situation.
Oh, deuce jack 10.
How much you got behind?
Let's see if Mike was playing this to hit his setter or if he thinks his hand is good.
7 more behind.
He's got 7 behind. 200 for that.
He checks to Gary, and Gary's going to bet 200. So now the pot's about 480. Let's see if Mike comes over the top. No, Mike's just going to call.
And the thing is, I'm always hesitant to make big calls against the person that just sits down.
$680 pot.
700.
And now Gary goes all in
for about, it looks like he's got about 550 more because he has 700.
735. So now the pot is 1600, 735 for Mike to call, and these are the problems with these little pocket pairs, and Mike releases them.
You know, like we've talked about in the $100, $200 game, fairly easy call, but you know, the tends to shiver a little bit. Tends to shiver a little bit when you're looking at $1,000.
Well, I don't know if... I think it still probably would have been a tough call, but if you're right. If you're talking about light chip stacks.
And if you caught the river there, king on the river would have made the nuts straight for ace queen anyways.
Yeah. Rabbit Cam showed king.
Give this guy a drink, man.
Come on, man. It was a friendly table. Come on.
It's for him, right? What happened?
I had your hand. Go ahead, I had your hand there.
Oh, because of that. Oh, hey, next one's 25, man.
It's on you, man. He bought the button.
I had you 2-8.
Looks like Brian in C3 is buying the button, which means there are no blinds except for him. $10 in dead money in the pot.
Got to put that on the glass. The pot's been raised to 60.
Joe's going to make it 60 to go with king deuce suited.
My favorite hand, personally.
I hope you have a killer button just for your raise. I hope you that's why.
5 players.
5-way action. $300 pot to the flop. Queen 10-4. Brian is picked up top pair in C3.
Gord's got the open-ended straight draw with a backdoor flush draw. See how he plays it.
Well, Gore's going to check, and now Joe, who was the original raiser, he's going to bet 80.
With king high.
Well, got an 80 into a $300 pot. Let's see if Brian check raises here. No, he's just going to smooth call. So now the pot is 460, 80 to call. I'm sure Gore in seat 1's going to call with that draw. Action's on Paul in seat 5. I don't even know what he's thinking about with ace high here.
It looks like seat 9 might be he's grabbing some chips over there. Like he's contemplating a move.
Is Paul going to call here with ace 5?
7 hours.
Action's on him.
It's not why not. I'm not in that kind of a mood that I normally.
Maybe he's thinking that he's weak and he's going to make a move. The rest of the table is weak.
Paul's been a pretty
Passive.
habitual passive calling station.
Yep.
Maybe he knows that a big raise from him is gonna send a message. So there's the 80. It looks like he's going to raise 300 or 250 more.
300. 380 is your bet.
Plus 300. So now the pot is 840, 300 to call. And Paul is check raised with absolutely nothing. He has 8 high. Again, 840, 300 to call. So Gore here with the jack 9.
And Gore's got to be thinking, unfortunately, his draw is not really the nut. Anybody with king jack would have a stronger draw than he does.
And if you're figuring pot odds, he might only have 1 card to take off because if seat 5 moves him on the turn.
Exactly. I wouldn't be too surprised if Gore calls, but I think a laydown here would be real strong.
Well, Gore also has to contend with Joe and Brian behind him, too.
Yeah, the original raiser and the smooth caller from the small blind. Who knows what either of them have.
But Gore's going to make the call. So now the pot's about $1,100, 300 to call, and it's back to Brian here, who's got top pair with a weak kicker. But
Joe did what he could, rightfully lays it down.
I think it was actually 400 bar, so the thick pot is 1,300 now, 400 to call. Oh no, it was 300. Gore just put the four ones in there, so 300 to call here, 1,200 pot, 1,200 in the pot. Really tough call for Queen 9 to make an early position here, I would think. Facing a check, re-raise, and then a call in between.
And the hard thing is, even though Joe's not the strongest player at the table, when the original raiser folds his hand, you got to think he had a big hand to throw away. So all of a sudden,
the thing is, Scott, is that the way that Paul's played in seat 5, is he going to keep firing on the turn? That's the
should
thing.
be interesting.
Because if he shuts down, Gore might bluff him right out of the pot. $1,200 pot. The turn's a king. That's going to give Gore the straight. And look at this. Seat 5 checks. So Paul was probably just trying to take it down right there. Again, it's about a $1,200 pot.
Now, the real sexy thing would be if Gore bets and seat 5 comes over the top representing the nuts.
Well,
don't think it's going to happen, but it would be real sexy.
I don't think you can put the guy on ace-jack with that check raise. Now the question for Gore is, what did this guy check raise me with? Did he have a set? Did he have 2 pairs? You got to think that you're in the lead if you're Gore right now. Again, the pot's about $1,200. Seat 5's been caught on a stone cold bluff.
A move that I'm not a big fan of, but a lot of people like, is a check here by Gore to hopefully induce the bluff on the river. I'm not a big fan of it, but it seems to work and pay off well for a lot of people.
No, I think that's way too dangerous. Too many cards can bring a chop to the board.
Okay.
Obviously, if a jack came, Gore would lose the hand. Gore's going to bet.
Looks like about
1,100, I think he said.
955.
955. So now the pot's well over 2,000. About 2,150, 2,200, 950 for ace 5 to call. And look at that, he mugs it without a second thought. He was trying to take it down right there, Scott, on the flop.
Can't blame him for trying, but oh well, it happens.
And like I said, Paul just checked immediately. And I think that what probably would have happened if an ace or a pair hadn't come is if Gore missed his draw, he would have taken the free card in the turn, and then the river, if it was a blank, you know, Paul might have checked again, and maybe Gore would have taken it away from him.
I agree.
So Paul was in pretty bad shape, although he did have the best hand, heads up, at the time. Pocket queens here on the button. Brian, seat 3. Look at this. Joe's raised to 50 from seat 2 with Jack 9 of diamonds. The button just smooth calls here. Wow, this is the type of play we'd see in a 200 game. Very dangerous.
Yeah, I don't like letting in the blinds there.
Queens 4 ways. My goodness. Well, he's going to have to contend against a king and a queen, an ace, and they're out there. 4-way action. It's a $200 pot. There's the ace, Scott, right away. And now Paul in seat 5 has the best hand.
Yeah, well, the thing is even if he makes a big raise there, I think he's going to get called by ace queen, but at least you make him pay to draw to his 3-outer.
And Joe, who's the original raiser, he makes another weak bet. He makes it 50 into a $200 pot.
And effectively nobody else with any substantial draws.
And pocket queens, I believe, is going to raise. He's going to make it $150 to go. So now the pot's $400, $150 to call. And Paul's sitting there. He didn't bet on top pair. What is he going to do? He's been a calling station. Is he going to check raise? We're looking at a bet, a raise. Is he going to check re-raise here? $150 to call, a $400 pot. And he is going to pull the check re-raise. And now I think everyone just kind of goes away.
I agree.
Yeah.
400.
I mean, even though he kind of played the hand badly last hand, Brian can't think his queens are good. Check re-raise to 400 more.
It looks like Joe's thinking about maybe calling here.
$400 bet.
Maybe the turn, thinking he can pick up some type of crazy draw or something backdoor. Okay, just posturing apparently. Now he's going to throw it away.
The pot is $950, and the button would need to call 400 more. And I would think it would kind of be suicide for the button to call here. Obviously, we have the luxury of seeing the cards, but remember, a check, raise, re-raise, and he's going to make the call, and he's drawing to 1 out.
And the frustrating part is, you know, when you misplay a hand from the get-go, it's hard to let it go sometimes.
It's now a $1,300 pot now. That might make it easier for queens to go away. $1,300 pot. Paul looks like he's going to bet somewhere between 700 and 1,000. Looks like
750.
750. So now the pot is $2,000, $750 to call. And it's so big that even if you want to make a move on the guy, he's going to call anyways on C5.
And kind of hard to make a move on the biggest calling station at the table.
Like I said, that king is probably an action killer for Paul. Oh my goodness. $2,100 pot, $750 to call here.
Somebody go get this guy off his queens, please.
They're going to be on camera. What is Quinn doing down there?
He's looking how much more money he has left.
And, you know, maybe he thinks if Paul's on a weak ace, he can re-raise them all in here and get him off of it, but I don't think there's any way Paul with ace-queen is laying this down no matter what.
Ace-queen against queens, $2,100 pot, $750 over to C3, actions on C3.
I really think Brian's contemplating, you know, maybe this guy has a weak ace, tried to check raise to get everybody off of their hand period, and if I come over the top,
well, he's going to lay it down. Tough to call there. It's a couple of overcards. And take a look at that flop, Scott. There isn't really a draw that you would check raise there.
No, of course not. He's got to know he's up against the big ace at this point, or you know, maybe the guy limped in with a pair of threes, pair of eights, hit his set. I do agree with you from the get-go that he missed a big raise there on the button with queens.
Okay, small blind here, big blind right.
Yeah, you don't want to take queens against exactly 4 people. You know, and if you play it that way, where you're almost kind of playing to try to hit a set, or you think it's good if there are no overcards that come, when the ace comes out, man, you've got to be done with it.
Yeah.
I mean, you've raised and now you're up against a check raise. To a flop that really doesn't have any draws, you've got to think someone's got you beat.
Raised to 60.
Mike in seat 4, he's going to raise it up to 60 with ace-jack suited on the button. Look at that, Paul. He's on a rush. He's going to call with king-queen. Hearts comes, it's going to be a disaster for Paul in seat 5.
You know, obviously we can see he's way behind because his flush draw isn't live, but out of the blind for 40, 50, something like that, I don't necessarily hate the limp with, or the call with king-queen.
Yeah, it's not a bad hand. 7, 8, 10.
4-7, which I don't know what he's doing in this hand. Actually ends up with the best hand. Not that he can really know that.
He hasn't done anything.
He checked, I checked.
And Mike has a gut shot to the 9. Mike's going to bet.
You have a nickel in the middle.
He's going to bet 200. He's going to bet about the size of the pot.
You got a nickel in there.
But a $450 pot, 200 to call.
And we've seen Paul call a couple times with just 2 overcards, and not going to do it this time.
BB Mux is 4s. Well, look at Brian. He's going to call here with bottom pair. So now the pot's about 650. The turn is an 8, and if Brian thought his hand was good, that's going to make him feel even better. He's going to check. Mike's going to bet.
300.
He's going to bet 300, so it's a $900 pot now. 300 back to seat 3. Has the best hand with bottom pair. A lot of outs there for Mike, though, if this goes to the river. And Brian's going to make the call. So it's a $1,200 pot now.
10 outs there for...
and look at that. He hits one of the outs. The river is an ace.
That's got to hurt.
And Brian's checked. And Mike's going to make a little bet. 300 into a $1,200 pot. Pot is now $1,500. And is Brian going to make a frustration call here? What can he beat? Look at that. He is going to call just with the 7.
He can beat a stone cold bluff, and unfortunately that's not what Mike has.
Mike takes down about an $1,800 pot. Well, usually, Scott, check calling is not the best strategy.
I agree.
In no limit hold'em.
You know, if he bets into him there on the turn thinking that his 7 is good, it's chapter 3, chapter 4 of every book. If it's worth a call, you should probably just bet it right out. If he gets a huge re-raise, he knows he's no good. But in that case, if he would have just bet the turn, I think Mike goes away. And I'm real surprised we haven't seen much action or much play from seat 8, Jay. Usually in there, not playing poorly, but usually in there mixing it up a little bit.
I don't believe it.
Tim, if somebody buys a blind squirrel finds an acorn, you know?
Sure. Wait. I'm not in. Oh, I didn't miss? Sorry.
I didn't miss. He can do live strategy.
Yeah, you can.
You guys only play 2 hands in 10 minutes?
Yeah, it's about 6 hands an hour here. It's pretty good.
I left one is right there.
Oh, yeah, every hand's taking forever. Yeah, don't come to him.
There's a lot of drama going on.
Sit, please.
Yeah.
What do you make? What do you make? You make 2 pair better?
When?
Just now.
Joe in seat 2, he's raised with pocket jacks.
He was bluffing all the way in the river.
Is that what happened?
Ace jack of hearts, flop came 7, 8, 10, 1 heart. I bet it. I bet 300 on the turn. Ace came over.
How much you bet on the river?
300. 2, 3, 3.
He called you?
Looks like seat 3 is re-raised here with ace king.
Make sure he has ace.
He's made it 200 more.
I figured an ace, a jack, or a 9 were good.
200 more.
I knew you were going to do it.
Look at this. Gore takes Joe's chips. And wow, Joe's going to go all in, and Brian quickly calls. It's kind of on the short stack, so we're going to see a classic race here. Jacks against ace king.
You want to do something?
Make a deal about it twice, 3 times.
Let's go, guys.
Run them twice.
And we're going to see if we're going to run the cards multiple times here, Scott. Looks like this is like a $1,500 race right here, or $1,500. Oh, maybe $1,000. So Ace King against Jacks here.
That is a favorite for him.
Deuce 3 Queen.
I like your chance to win 2 out of 3.
Turn is an 8. I think they're running it 3 times. The river's a 4. So that one's going to be chopped 1/3. C2's won the first.
Flop. 1. 3. 2 more cards.
2 more.
2, 3. Burn and turn.
Game over there. No queen. No queen. Game over there too.
Burn and turn.
Deuce. Catch a queen. He doesn't. So Jacks has won 2 out of 3.
One more time. One more time.
And at this point, he should take a third of the pot.
He should. The odds would say so. There's the king. The case Jack is still out there, though.
Burn first. This one burn. Now this one.
Burn.
Burn.
Oh, they misran the river there. 7 and diamond.
So it goes 2/3, 1/3.
Yep. And again, the reason why they do that, it's a way of hedging the bet, decreasing the variance. They run the board 3 times, and they split the pot into 3 equal portions. And whoever wins each board wins that portion of the pot. So C2's won 1/3, 1/3, and C3 won the last
Put
third.
together. Put everything together.
I don't know. Personally, I'm not a big fan of running it multiple times. If you have a hand that you're going to put all your money in the middle, for $1,000, $2,000, I kind of rather just see the results.
Well, I mean, I understand why it's there, and if they want to do it, then that's fine. And sometimes I don't normally play huge no-limit cash games, but it's something to protect the variance, because when people are on draws and really, really big games, $25,000, $30,000 single cards, bad beats, stuff like that.
Well, the problem is that inevitably somebody loses out on their advantage. I mean, although it's fairly small, Jacks did have an advantage over Ace King, and if you see one flop, he's supposed to take it all down. I mean, granted, he can get sucked out on, but if you're going to put all your money in with Jacks, you should be happy with the outcome either way.
Well, the thing about that, though, is that by splitting the pot into equal portions and running it 3 times, the odds actually don't change at all. It's the same odds each time they run it.
No, it's not, because you no longer have a reshuffle of the deck. If the cards come out the first time, like let's say for example he hits his ace the first time.
Independently, Scott. Like before the flops, the pots are in equal proportions, and before we've seen any cards, the odds are the same on each single time we run the cards. Before we see any cards.
Before we see them, but after that first flop comes out, the odds are no longer the same.
Right. But Jacks are going to be a 53-54% favorite each time before we see the cards. So it evens out in the end, because each pot is split by the same amount.
For example, let's say Brian in C3 tunes over pocket queens and he has it dominated. I don't think he's going to let him run it 3 times and try to catch a jack.
Again, though, but the odds would still kind of, they'd still be domination odds each time, 72%, to win that one or to win each one, all 3 times. So it kind of lowers the variance down a little bit. And that's the point. Wow, C5's got pocket aces here, Paul.
And I hope he raised.
He did.
It looked like he raised.
He's made it 40 more.
Nobody knows how to divide the dance.
I told him just take a third. Just take a third.
And the problem with only making a $40 raise is at this point he's either going to win a small pot if nobody hits their miracle hands, or he's going to lose a big one if somebody comes up with 2 pair or a set.
King 10-4, 2 clubs.
What? I hit 1 every time we did.
Yeah, you're lucky on that shit. Hey, don't bet against Taylor, man. Don't bet on Taylor.
Look at this.
Lucky for him, Mike's going to take a stab at it.
And Aces is going to raise here, and I'm sure
You want Hopkins?
Yeah.
that Mike and Brian are probably going to be done with this one.
Eyes are one.
Mike took a stab at it, and he gets away from it.
Not at all.
Score City's a wimp.
It doesn't even look
All
like
white ball guys.
Look at his nose. Come on, man. His nose doesn't go with boxing at all.
It's the ball.
You go with boxing much better than Michael.
You gotta be kidding me, really?
Mike cannot be any.
Hey, do you hear that? Hey, Mike, do you hear that?
I got killed on that crap.
Hey, Mike, you hear that?
Any sport but boxing.
I said you look like a boxer. He said I look much more like a boxer than you.
I've been raised in a boxing family, and I know that part.
You haven't had the whole top of your nose.
Again, Mike is playing on top of Mo. That's what the box there is in C4. It's actually Mo's chips. And Mike is allowed to play with his own chips, which are on the table. It's a question there from Gator519 on 2+2.
How about?
I would actually prefer to play with those chips than my own chips. A, there's a lot more of them, and B, they seem to do better once they get in the middle of the pot.
You maybe box, but you are not a boxer. That I can tell.
And there's some argument here at the table over who's a boxer and who's not. Very prevalent poker talk going on at the table. Meanwhile, everybody lived here with nothing and nip and pip.
With your broken legs?
$140 pot.
Heard that on TV.
Oh my goodness.
Well, seat number 3 there, Brian. He's flopped trip 6s. King 6-6.
200, right?
And nobody knows what's going on in all this chaos, but we're still on the boxing fight.
I boxed also.
Looks like Brian's checked the 3 6s. No, not yet.
And why not? Nobody's paying attention to their hand.
Your four brothers and me. Okay.
I box. My family, got a lot of family who box.
Three brothers and boxers.
That's me.
No side bet, please.
No side bet, send it.
No side bet.
No side bet, send it.
Wow. Lots of confusion. People folding out of turn.
Okay, when's the time to run the game, right? Deal.
All right, it gets checked around here. Brian's sandbagging the 6 in seat 3. The turn is an ace.
Sure, we'll get a bet here from ace 10 and c4.
Look at this. He sandbags the 6 again. Usually you don't see that at this level, Scott. And now
35.
Mike bets 35 with an ace.
You gave me what? Oh, but I didn't hear, man. You guys gotta tell me.
Oh, no, I did. I told everybody.
Oh, okay, well, I didn't.
35.
And let's see if Brian comes over the top here or if he's just going to smooth call.
Alan, you didn't pay me yet, buddy. Don't think I forgot about you, honey.
You just came up with grind.
Dude, I didn't get that on my 8s. I got.
So he has check raised here.
75. Brian insta calls thinking his ace is good with the king kicker.
Oh! River's an ace, and look at this. The 6 slow played himself into the ground. Right into the ground, and he checks. Oh, my goodness.
And
now
Brian's
Brian
gonna
bets.
Be sick.
Now Mike bets 400 here, it looks like.
And I really hope Brian doesn't make the frustration call.
It's 200.
No,
It
that's
is
400.
400.
Nice camera action right there. And I hope Brian doesn't make the frustration call here because he slow played himself to death.
So now the pot is, it wasn't, it was 120 and then he had made it 75 more, so.
There's maybe 400 in there. It's not a pot size bet.
Not a pot size bet, you're right.
The problem is rewinding here one card. If Brian even check raises him for a large amount, Mike probably puts on an ace something with the king kicker play. Mike might have called him down anyways and gotten all of his money in on the turn. So.
Well, Brian makes the right laydown.
Maybe Brian saved himself money here by slow playing, accidentally backs into saving some money. Because I really have to believe with the action player that Mike is, he's going to think that they're chopping it up anyways and the king plays. If all the money goes in on the turn.
I like your style. You just put it in there, man.
That was brutal for Brian in seat 3. And it actually brings up another point about this big game, Scott. And that's, even if your hand is good enough to slow play, if you're dealing with extremely big stacks, now Brian doesn't have a big stack, so it doesn't really apply in this situation. Do you want to give your opponent a chance to catch like one out and actually put yourself in a position where you're going to have to call and you get busted for, say, 20, 30,000?
Yeah, because there was a pocket pair out there. Let's say, for example, the turn's a 3, and now 3s, 4s, 6s. He's going to take every dime off of trip 6s because he can't put them on pocket 3s. He's just going to make a crying call and lose all of his money. So I do understand that some of the hands you can slow play in the lower limit games. When you're talking about one miscue costing you a couple thousand versus a couple hundred. Granted, it's all based on what your bankroll is and what you play, but I still don't like the play.
Seat 8 here, he's got a flush draw. BB's going to check out of seat 7, and Jay's on the button now. See if Jay puts in a bet here. No, he's going to take a card. No money's really been put in the pot.
Gore actually with the best hand here.
And now he's going to bet on the 10. It's an 8 that comes on the river. Gore bets 30. Kind of a weak bet. You wonder if someone might raise. Oh. Wow, Brian. Brian's going to call it the 8. That means Jay's going to go away with his 8. And Gore's going to take it down there with Queen 10.
Thank you.
Okay, that hand's done, guys. Guys, there's no more side betting. You don't have any time. The other game you can do that.
And a lot of times, Bart, in these games, you'll see little side bets, proposition bets, who's got the better hand bet for $100. Floorman trying to keep that out of this game. Doesn't want the integrity of a higher limit game to be disturbed by somebody, maybe giving away information by making side bets on the side with a better hand or XYZ.
They didn't put any?
Small blind, big blind.
You get to the other game.
I think it's more specifically just trying to protect the integrity of this game. I don't think Tim really cares if when it's off the table, off of the live at the bike table. We only got a half an hour left, so.
And it looks like seat 7 with pocket queens.
That's BB.
Dr. BB. Let's see how he plays them. If he slow plays them to death like he did the aces.
Well, he's definitely going to throw in a raise with these limpers. This probably should be a big raise. Well, he's going to raise it up to 100.
Regardless of where everybody stood.
Look at that. Jay quickly mucks King Jack to BB's raise. And I don't think anyone really can call here.
Hey, put your cards in there.
We announced that before this hand, so this hand everybody's clear.
See, Allen's folded around to Allen in seat 6. Look at this. Allen's going to call with a weak ace.
Here come your jacks, man.
So,
Allen might be getting a little desperate here, fairly short stacked.
$280 pot. Well, he flops a pair. 6 Jack 3.
And I think BB's going to make a big bet here.
He's going to bet 300. About the size of the pot, and I'm sure Allen's probably going to quickly muck.
300.
I like it. Hit and run. You stop the game.
And again, BB isn't the type of player that necessarily would have raised with ace king or even an ace queen in that spot, so you almost have to put him on the over pair.
Jack 6.
So it's off for
Two pair, right?
until further notice.
Why was that good? I still
Jack 6.
Blind, please.
Woulda, coulda, shoulda. Shoulda called that big raise with Jack 6.
Yeah, my everlasting undying,
Small blind.
I wouldn't come back to that
unequivocal
hard.
appreciation.
It's one of those where you just catch somebody completely off guard. When you catch that hand, drawing it, you don't think of it.
Limp, limp, limp. 4-way action. Times 20, $80 pot.
So we're going to play some more?
Lots of big cards out there, but
We can stay
Yeah, 4-8 queen.
No, we're gonna move.
Gary's flop top pair.
King 5 with the second nut draw here.
No, maybe we just continue.
Why don't we just stay here? I don't want to move. I really want
Mike, and it looks like Mike bet, I believe, 50, and Gary called with top pair.
Why are they going to move?
Do you play this?
So we're heads up a flush draw against Queen 10.
Well, they did because they
The
didn't
turn
have
is a deuce. Mike's going to check, and now Gary's going to bet 100.
125.
125, and Mike calls. Mike is really quite the gambler there in seat 4. Well, he's going to have to catch it.
He's got a lot of outs, a king and or any diamond.
Yeah. River's at 4.
And that's not going to do it.
8 o'clock in the morning. Check. You got an hour drive. An hour drive back.
Gary checks it down, and that's
And I
gonna
like
be good.
Gary's check there, turn it over. He knows Mike's very capable of making a huge move for all of his chips there with the check raise.
With nothing.
With nothing.
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
I really like the check there. Just show it down because you're proud of your hand, but it's not too strong to stand the big check raise all in.
She's actually Vietnamese or Chinese. She's a lipper. She's dark. Yeah. I like dark skin.
You do? Get a tan. You get a lot of dark skin. I don't like dark skin. In the beginning, now I don't mind it. I was growing up.
Allen's going to come in here in seat 6. We haven't seen Allen do any type of really pre-flop raising all night. He's limped in with king queen. We've seen him limp in with ace king, ace queen.
Which ironically is very, very, very contrary to his tournament style. I've played a lot of tournaments with Allen, and he's usually the aggressor, not the limp caller type.
I think the raise was to 65? Or is it 150? 140. Gore raised to 140 with Jack 10 suited. Mike's going to call a pocket 8s in the small blind. And look at this, seat 8 is in there with 7-9. So 1, 2, 3-4 times 140 plus the blinds, about a $580 pot to the flop.
Sacktown.
Pretty good. Well, he's picked up a flush draw with the ace, which is the premier scare card.
Straight draw and a flush draw.
So you got to think Gore's going to fire. Well, now Allen on the short stack, he raises. He's going to bet all in, and I think it's only 3.
I think he said 280.
280.
Pocket eights is going to go away.
Yeah. So Gore's going to have to hit the flush here.
Or a king will make him good.
It's about a little over $1,000 pot.
A king or a spade will do him well. And it's not going to get there.
Lucky I'm playing that hand.
Yeah, he had a gut shot there to the king.
Allen gets doubled up with his middle pair there. I think if Gore was going to make a steal raise there, he needed to make it. Oh no, I take that back. He made it 140.
140.
140. Yeah, that's a pretty good size for a steal raise when everybody just limps in.
Well, even if you get a couple of callers, Jack 10 plays well multi-way in position. He got a great flop, the premier scare card, plus a nice draw.
Small blind, big blind. Small blind, big blind.
I got to start.
Big blind, please.
So that'll tell you something.
Small blind, please.
Yeah, I think you might be right.
At least my move was on the right time.
Yeah, you made a big move.
Yeah, on the right time.
I was probably a favorite on the show.
There's only 3 more hundred.
Oh, absolutely.
He folded the ace.
Well, he folded a pre-flop.
Well, Mike's going to raise here from the button. He's going to make it 50 to go. And he's got a suited connector, 5-6 of diamonds.
Monster hand on the button.
Paul's going to call with a king 6. Boy, Allen likes those weak aces. BB's in there with ace 10 of hearts. And Jay's going to come in with a gap suited connector.
A lot of action for no pairs.
$250 in the pot. 4 queen 8. A couple people have picked up gut shot straight draws. BB's got the nut flush draw in seat 7.
See if he bets it or if he.
No, he's going to check.
Far away.
He's going to get a free card. I was wondering if he might have check raised there. Now he's picked up a pair.
Check.
You got to think BB's going to put money in there now. He's got second pair, no one bet on the queen, and he has the nut flush draw in seat 7. And he is going for chips.
150.
I don't think anybody's got much to play with him here.
150.
A couple of gut shots, but.
Well, 5-6 is going to call.
Call with the gut shot. No redraws. Drawn dead to a 7, of which one is gone, we know.
Yeah, I can't believe that he's making that call.
Unless he's
so even if he
setting him up
catches
to-
a 7 that's on a heart, like you said, he's got to catch a 7 that's not a heart. River's a king. Let's see what BB does here. If he's going to shut down or if he's going to bet. No, he's going to check.
And Mike's going to make.
And look at this. Yeah, Mike's going to try to bet him off the hand. Oh, look at this. And BB insta-folds. And maybe that's why Mike called, figuring that even if he missed his draw, if a scare card came, he could bet BB off the hand, and he did.
Well, the funny thing is, half the scare cards that would have come would have actually made the nuts for Dr. BB.
Yeah.
So
Pair of hearts.
it's drawn thin.
Pair of diamonds, actually.
Like, listen.
Bad boy.
And Mike's real proud of himself on that one. Nice move. I think, like you had mentioned several times before, Bart, Dr. BB should have put out some type of defensive bet there, or like you called it, a blocker bet, something so that he can't just, nobody can put a stone cold move on him.
And if he does bet the river, Mike leaves, obviously. Yeah. That's a great time, especially if you've got a really tight image, to put in one of those blocking bets. Four-way action here, limped around. Ace, king, 9, 2 hearts. Looks like Paul's got the best hand in seat 5 with second pair on the button.
And I hope he bets it here on the button. If you're going to play king 5 on the button, there you go.
60.
I can't imagine he's really going to get a call here.
60, Doc.
No gadgets. No gadgets.
It's going to take it down.
That's not an information gadget.
How do you know?
Which one? The fan?
Yeah, I got some hooked up here.
You're good.
Pretty sure we would have called that.
No, you never know. You look like a private investigation.
We're rolling into our last 15 minutes of the show. You can join us tomorrow night for our $200 restricted no-limit hold'em game. 3-5 blind, Scott, the game that sometimes we'll see you in.
Tomorrow night, maybe.
Yeah, I did something. I went like this. I went like this. I went like this.
Jay is going to raise out of the blind
I took this one.
$100. He's got pocket tens.
You got to fit.
And is Mike going to call? Mike's got a 4-deuce offsuit, and he's going to call. So we're pocket tens against 4-deuce offsuit. Jay in seat 8 with pocket tens against 4-deuce offsuit. Ace-5 queen.
Here's a big bluffing flop for
yeah, again, pocket tens against 4-deuce. Seat 8.
You got screwed, man.
Mike's going to bet 200 here.
Mike and Jay play together a lot. I think Jay might know that he's on a steal here, and I wouldn't be surprised if Jay doesn't come over the top.
No, well, that's a really bad flop for tens.
Show the 10 of clubs.
I don't have a 10 of clubs.
Come on. If you don't have 10 of clubs, I'll give you $20.
All right. I'm going to muck now. You said that.
Show me.
Show me your bust now. Show me your bust.
And he shows the 4-deuce. Jay takes the $20.
Psychology, man. Who's the player?
That was bad.
I saw the 10.
Mike's the type of player that would have called there with a wheel draw. I'm telling you, really. He would have called one time in position, and it probably would have got Jay to shut down with the underpair.
I agree.
Yeah.
I'm real surprised, though. That, like I said, Jay and Mike play together a lot.
I'm on tilt now, man.
Yeah, I called that first one. Picked it up like this. I saw it.
Corey's going to straddle out of seat 1. He's picked up a queen-jack offsuit in the straddle
He
position.
wouldn't even call, man.
Mike is going to come in there with queen-9 suited.
It's kind of an advantage knowing one
And Jay's going to call in seat 8.
200.
No, Jay's going to raise. He's got pocket kings. Wow, what a great hand.
I can't believe you made Jason muck.
Wow, I can't believe you're mucking, man.
Big hand.
That's unbelievable.
And now he shows the kings.
That's unbelievable, man.
Yeah, you beat Queen Jack? Be honest, I'm a check online.
Yeah, I did.
Dominate. I Queen 10 of hearts.
Queen 10 arch you mucked?
Yeah.
That is unbelievable.
$200. Me and your heads up.
That is unbelievable.
You mad at me?
Fuck that.
What do you want me to do?
I can't believe you didn't come out raising.
I thought you might come over here and try to, like, beat me up or something. Hey, I should have called.
Big blind.
I can't believe you didn't raise or even call, man. That's unbelievable.
I should have called and then the
flop would have came.
That's unbelievable.
They would have 6 kings.
That is sick.
Brian chomps down on some corn in the cob there in C3. Look at this. See how Mike changes games up? He's just going to limp in with ace-king. He doesn't raise. And now Jay is going to raise from the button. And I've seen this happen. Mike might move over the top here because he did it to me one time with ace-king. Did he just call out? Or is he going to re-raise? He is going to re-raise.
500.
Yeah. And he's willing to put all his money in with this hand. A lot of times you won't see it, but I've seen him push $5,000 in all in with ace-king. Let the cards run out. He's a gambler.
All in.
Oh, seats.
Action Allen, live at the bike. Come on, doesn't get any better.
Look at this. No, Jay has queen 3 of hearts.
Jay is all in. Jay just said all in.
No, I don't. Not yet. I think Alan's still there.
Oh, okay.
He was just joking there.
Jay's a gambler too. I wouldn't be surprised if he tries to get
If you lose, I'll give you $20
get Brian off his hand.
Oh, come on.
Come
on, that's sick. I thought you were going to do
Look at this, though.
Jay is going to call.
Jay is going to call, so we're going to see heads up, ace-king against queen 3.
This is like the two biggest gamblers in the joint.
$1,200 pot. Oh, what a flop for ace-king. King, deuce, king.
I need my last hand. Let's go.
Check, check. Turn is a 4, and now Jay is drawing dead.
I think you got a hand now.
375.
Go ahead, man. Show me a bust.
Mike bets 375, and he's going to take it down. Jay does not fall for the trap.
What's the other one? Don't show a king. Show another one, man.
What? Is this a fucking circus in here or what? What's wrong with you?
I didn't look at it, man. I was just looking.
I know you got a hand now, man.
I should have bet 800 on the turn. Did you call? What was it?
I was just about to lose my hand. Ace 10, ace 10, ace 10. He had ace 10.
No, he's talking about his hand. He got ace king.
No, he had ace 10.
Huh? Who? Well, he's gonna muck?
I did
Before the flop? On the flop?
More and more shenanigans on the table.
Ace 10.
He had ace 10.
No.
A lot of testosterone coming out here at 9:45 on a Friday
I
night.
had ace jack. I had ace 10.
Small blind.
Forget it.
Usually, what I love about this table is that when things get this crazy and there's so much testosterone on the table, there's usually one very cool cucumber like Mo sitting back waiting to pounce. And I don't think we have anybody like that at this table. Maybe Gore sitting back waiting. But should be interesting to see how the rest of the night plays out.
5-way action. It's been limped around. The flop is ace, 8, king, 2 clubs. 2 people have aces. Seat 8 has an ace 5. Seat 6 has an ace 4. Mike is going to bet here with the 8. He has 8-6. He's going to get called by Allen. Jay is going to call with the ace.
3 players.
And we're going to see 3-way action here. The turn is a 4 of clubs. And now
ace 4.
Allen
big turn.
has made aces up. And Mike's going to continue to bet just with the 8. He bets 125. And Allen's going to raise. Jay quickly mucks the ace 5. 200 more to Mike. And Mike only has the 8. And Allen's going to take it down there with aces up.
Show 1 card.
Set of 4s again? You always have a set.
No, I didn't have a set.
Thank you.
Tell her it's worldwide. I'll say something.
Stupid check at the flop. That was too obvious. I should have come out and bet 500.
Okay.
I bet you don't think I have it.
That Paul's a professional.
I think I checked the king. I thought, right after I did, I said,
I didn't like the way you looked at me.
yeah, no.
Ace Jack offsuit for Mike in the blind.
Jack and I had ace 10.
Got to think he's probably going to raise out of the big blind, Scott, the way he plays.
Any ace he's
I
raising.
figured when you were thinking about it, I think you had ace jack, ace queen.
No, I had ace 10.
No, he's going to go. 3-way action.
Maybe he got caught up with his conversation.
Well, maybe BB's in there too. BB's going to flop top pair here.
1 point.
Seat 7.
That would be painful.
And Mike's going to fire again with a couple of overcards. He's
45.
going to bet 45. Let's see if Dr. BB flat calls or raises. Flop is a 10-8-6, so Dr. BB has top pair.
Dr. BB's going to raise here.
Yep. He's going to make it 200. And,
he wants to get
and
Mike out of the
quickly
hand
folds.
immediately because there's no telling what type of hand Mike has or
Yeah.
what he'll be drawing to. So
Yeah.
Dr. BB would rather just take it down.
Again,
right
it was a 10-8-6 flop.
Hey, drop too much. Oh, he's
So did it hurt?
Gore, again, we haven't really heard much from Gore all night.
Yeah, Gore's been real quiet. And except for Jay's big $500 call there on Queen 3, haven't heard from him very much either.
No, just tie your shoes real tight.
Dr. BB's going to limp in here with an ace-deuce suited. Seat 7. Brian's going to come in with the Jack 6 offsuit. The blind's complete, and we're going to see 4-way action times 20, $80 pot. 7, King 5, 2 clubs. BB's going to bet out on a stone cold bluff here.
In his image, nobody having much here, I think he's going to take it down.
Yeah, look at how quickly Brian mucks the 3-5. And Dr. BB is going to take it down there.
You know what?
Nice move.
He was a special forces guy.
You're not doing anything with that. Absolutely.
The funny thing, I don't know if anyone can pick up the tells, is Dr. BB's showed all his good hands and hasn't shown his bluffs. You got to hand it to the guy because we were hard on him early on in Live at the Bike a few months ago. He never used to make any types of moves like that.
Small blind, big blind.
Pretty much bet for value. And,
Well, I mean, he would just bet when he had it. It's kind of like you led. It's like you just kind of stay away,
Yeah. He's so gentle.
yeah, I was watching him in the 3 to 500 game one night, and he
I'm
just
not making it up. I'm not kidding.
just continuously getting no action or getting drawn out and decided to mix it up and just went on a tear
If I tell you, you're gonna
because
know
he
what it
decided to
is.
mix it up. And,
3 to
with his
500?
image, yeah, the 3 to 500 he was playing one day. Much crazier game than
I
this,
picked this
normally
up before
speaking.
you.
Well, some people had asked me, too, why we don't show that game all that much, and I'll address
still
that up at
happening.
the end of this hand.
It's foolproof.
One more.
I'm not lying to you.
One more.
I swear. But you have no idea.
And a
what
bunch
it
of
is.
suited cards. That's about it.
I think it's all a big mess.
I'm not making it up. I swear.
Four things.
Somebody raised.
What's foolproof? I swear I'm not lying.
Oh, Joe raised out of seat 2 with 3-6 of
3-6.
spades. He's made that little mini raise again.
Four plays.
4-way action.
And not that anybody's paying attention to him, of course, because they're too busy with their conversation. But Joe's made that mini raise with a strong hand and weak hands. Big flop for Joe.
It's about a $200 pot. He's picked up a pair and a flush draw. Just about as good as it's going to get for 3-6 of spades. BB's going to check, got a 7. Gore's going to check.
75.
And Joe's going to make that mini bet again. And Paul got bottom pair. The action's on him with 8 deuce. Is he going to
call
do the
here.
check raise again, Scott? Feeling...
No, just going to call.
Yes, he is going to check raise.
And I think Joe comes over the top here with the big draw that he has in the pair. Even if he thinks he's up against a jack.
I tend to agree with you. He's going to make it 150 more. So now the pot...
75.
Oh, it's only 75 more. He's check raised the minimum. And Joe is going to call. So now the pot is about 500. Oh, there's the flush. 8 of spades comes on the turn. And look at this. Seat 5, he's made 8s up. He's made 8s and deuces. And he's going to bet right into the flush. He's going to bet 400. But now Joe's thinking, did he check raise me with a higher spade draw? It's very rare to see 2 flushes in that.
Could be.
One
could
hold.
Be. And that's a problem with the 6. I think Joe's... Oh, Joe's just going to call here.
$400 is the bet. Is he just going to call? 375 is the bet.
And he just calls.
And he calls.
Maybe scared of a 4 flush on the board,
So
or
now the pot's about 1,300. No, he's going to raise. He's raised here. He's going to raise it up.
How much?
He's
1,200
raised it
more.
up 1,200 more. So now it's a $2,500 pot.
And I think
1,200 for Paul to call. So he's probably going to put him all in if he calls.
I'm going to call.
8 deuce
He's going to call. He's going to call with 2 pairs. A la Chris Ferguson against Phil Hellmuth. The river's a queen of hearts, and Paul's going to lose a huge chunk of money.
There.
Wow. Sometimes you just got to let those go. 2 pairs there, Scott.
Well, he's
Now,
cleaning him out for the rest of his money because Joe just said 200. After the river, Joe's taking the rest of his money.
I thought that there was an all-in here.
This is a 4. This is a 5.
No, he only called the 1,200. He's got some money behind, and Joe just announced I'll put them all in for his remaining 200 or 400, whatever he said.
So what a huge pot here.
At this point, the pot's so big, even if you think you're beat now, you have to call down with your 2 pair just in case he missed his flush. Or
Well, I don't know
something
how
like
much money he's got left.
This is
Okay, go ahead.
this is 400.
You got the flush, that's fine.
This is 12.
Oh, you saw your hand away.
Go. You didn't put anybody in. I said go, take it.
No, so it's a check fold here on the river. It's a weird take events. So he called the huge turn bet, and then he check folded the river. That's a little strange.
I mean, maybe some people don't wake up to the hands that they're against until they put $1,000 in the middle, but
I had it.
Well,
I just, the spade came, it makes a 10.
if he was going to play to try to hit his full house, he's got 4 outs, and he definitely doesn't have pot odds to make that call.
Small blind to big blind.
This is actually going to be our last hand of the night.
it's been a blast, Bar. We've seen a lot of interesting stuff, to say the least.
Scott, will we be seeing a little bit of you tomorrow? No?
Maybe on the table, but probably not back
Okay.
here. We can let all the 2+2 people rip into me on how poorly I play, but how well I commentate.
Hard to let go.
Gary's going to limp in. Seat 9.
And C5 replaying to himself that he should have known that $1,200 was just
Gary,
dead money.
Gary's going to need to show his cards there in seat 9. Looks like Joe is raised with ace-4, but Brian's got ace-king, and he's on the short stack, and I think he's going to move all in here, and he is. Gary's got a king-10 offsuit.
Call.
Somebody said call.
Looks like C5 Paul, frustrated from the previous hand.
295 more, yeah.
Going to call with his monster queen 9.
Wow. So a raise and a re-raise. and he's going to call with Queen 9. What a hand to end the night. And I would assume that Joe's going to be out of there with a weak ace in seat 2.
And the funny thing is, he has the better hand than Paul, and could actually work on building a side pot here. But like you said, he can't feel too confident with his ace 4.
He's got a better hand than Joe.
Correct, than Joe. Yeah, the guy that he can build a side pot against has got a better hand, but he's actually going to lay it down.
So Queen 9 has got some live cards here. Ace is dead, but jeez, people look at that and they're like, what is going on here? Are we at a $100 table or what? So Ace 4 is out of there, and we're going to see a flop.
I feel a bad beat coming.
There's the Queen, but there's the King. Turn is a 10. Jack's going to be a straight. There's the Jack, Scott.
Ace is still good.
And the Ace is going to play. Yep. Got all excited there.
Yeah, and C2, like you said, the Queen might have slow played himself there a little bit. The turn, who knows what happens? But if C2 ends up seeing the flop, there might be some fireworks there.
Well, that's going to do it for tonight. Thank you all for joining us for our big No Limit game. Please join us tomorrow at 6 o'clock Pacific time for our $200 No Limit Hold'em restricted game for Scott Groves and Bart Hansen. Good night, everybody, from Live at the Bike.
See you at the tables.
It's here. It's big. And it's closer than you think. It's not a tournament. It's what you don't see on TV. The cash is real. The stakes are high. They bet big. They win big. They lose big. High stakes live action poker. Live at the Bike. Watch it live on the web or play it if you dare at the Bicycle Casino right here in Los Angeles.